Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode 26. We are joined by Mr. Carolina EDC. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for the invite.
You're welcome. Next in is our co-host in charge, Mr. DM Foss.
Well, hello there.
And last but not least, Mr. Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for joining us.
So we had Gun Loving Grandpa first on the YouTube chat showing. Mr. Foss says he was first 12 hours ago, but YouTube doesn't recognize that. Then we have Foss out there, Defense Dad, Snob, and Mr. Rich White is out there. So it sounds like Snobby is on an adventure trip. He was in Colorado last night. He's in Wyoming tonight, or this afternoon. I don't want his credit card bill.
I think he's just running arms for the militia.
You know, I did read a story the other day that the cartels have found a new way of getting their crystal across the lines. So
I don't think MG would have any parts in that. A little too much.
I see we're joined out there by Mr. Jason Stewart. Welcome. So
Definitely see her loading a purse with some extra ammo, though.
Again, for some reason, my chat in the duck isn't working, but I have popped out the YouTube chat, so I still have a functioning chat window. So at least we're not having audio issues.
Womp womp.
Give it time. You just started.
Right? Is that where we hide bodies?
That's where I hide my guns.
Oh, in the water.
Yeah.
It's not really a good hiding spot if you tell everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
but we don't know where I'm at, though.
Yeah, no one knows where he's at.
Government does.
That GPS locator does.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Especially with iPhones. Mr. Mario has jumped out in the crowd. Honcho Fett's out there. No audio or video.
Uh-oh.
I'm thinking he has his phone muted.
Yeah, I think he's screwing with you.
Yep.
Because
I said the audio. Yep. So, has 9mm started showing up around people?
No, but prices are high, though. I was going to stop by PSA on the way down here, but they had a line outside. They only limited so many people inside the building. They did have some 9 and 223. The 9mm was, I think they said was $24.99 a 50 round, which is $4 cheaper where $3 or $4 cheaper at home. So,
ouch. Last go ahead, Rob.
I was saying I seen 50 rounds of 9mm for $34.99. I think it was.
Whew.
Yeah, I passed on that, and that's just regular plinking ammo in a sense. So it was the center fire, the comparable to FMJ. So it's not technically an FMJ. It's like tin and copper pressed together. So it would be a little more than average, but that's a crazy price. Especially when you can get their hollow points for $16 for 20. So I thought that was a bit extreme.
I paid $24 for 25 rounds of critical defense
It's not bad.
for the 9.
Seems about normal.
So I see the 402 outdoorsman's out there. If he wants a link, just let me know. I'll email him a link and he can jump in here. Uplift Mofo Party Plan is out there. I truly hope so. I can't wait for a couple more months in that case. Uplift says, when Trump is reelected, 9mm will grow on trees.
I hope so. I doubt it. I don't know. I'm not so confident. So, not to do, nothing about the election, but in a sense, I don't think it's going to matter much either way. People are getting a little testy on both sides of things either way. So, probably going to continue at this point, especially if riots continue and things like that as well. Granted, just my opinion. So there's over 5 million new shooters in the last 5-6 months since the beginning of the year or whatever. So
Yeah.
That's quite a few people going to be searching for ammo that maybe got their gun in a box or two. And, if the price did dip down, they're going to be at the store grabbing a few boxes, probably a few extras, I imagine. So I don't know. Obviously, there's some people that will just stash it in a closet and never think of it again. But, shooting's addictive. And I think most people would want to at least feel comfortable with it. So even the average person is probably going to pick up a few extra. But again, that's just my opinion. Hopefully I'm wrong. They're swimming in 9mm, but I just don't see it.
See, I'm wondering, because I know anyone else get a email from YouTube not that long ago talking about like new ways of live streaming.
I might have, but I usually don't pay attention to half of what they send me.
I was going to say the same thing. I usually don't.
Yeah,
I had no idea. So they send me 2 emails a day or something. After the first week of that, it's all quick. Maybe not that thing. Notifications, everything else. But yeah, I don't pay attention, so I wouldn't know. Unless it was on the banner when you go to your page or something. They jack it up to 5,000 subs now or something. You gotta donate $500 before you can go live or what?
No, now they have a whole welcome to the new YouTube live control room. When you when do you want to go live? You can, like, I guess, schedule stuff like that. But I haven't actually tried any of that. So I guess it's a new way you can do it from YouTube. So I'm not sure if it's just for like people over 1,000 subs, or is it, you know, ready for anybody. I haven't looked all that into it because I've been using the Duck, but for some reason my chat isn't working in the Duck, and I logged out of my account, logged back in, seeing if there was an update or something. There's Carolina out there doing drive-bys. Oh, he got picked up by a
chauffeur.
Yeah, he's got chauffeurs, so he can do.
Times have changed.
Now he can do drive-bys the proper way from the passenger side.
You know it.
I saw that steel target. But it says, I know last weekend a Proud Boy was murdered in Portland, and they ended up catching the guy who did it up in Lacey, and he decided he didn't want to find out what prison life was going to be like, so suicide by cop.
Shit happens. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about that story, so can't really comment much on it. But that's the case, and you know.
Yeah, it was
I
the
don't see the point in paying for everybody trying to do this rehabilitation. All these people end up back out on the streets doing the same damn thing. You know, I don't know. I've also been told I'm insensitive, so.
it was the marshals, but I guess the local cops and county are deputized. Some of them are deputized to be marshals, or I don't know what they would call them, but they were in on it too. That's
I think the ones that were in like the Lacey area, I think they were only running with the task force.
yeah, that's what the article in the Olympian said.
Yeah, I think the only ones that were deputized were Oregon State Patrol. I think it was the only ones that have been like federally deputized to work alongside.
Was it a clean shoot? Or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No.
People going to be burning shit down now. So.
Oh well, they're going to burn it down no matter what.
Nobody's going to burn anything down for him.
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
He was pretty well known in the Antifa Portland area, so some of those Antifa guys may go up there to burn Lacey down.
Well, maybe a couple, but you know, there haven't been any protests for him. There hasn't been any statements on his behalf. Nobody gives a shit about him. He was a useful idiot.
He was a white male.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, that was up the Tanglewide neighborhood where it happened. That's 15 minutes up from me, over by the Walmart.
Sounds a little too close for comfort.
By the Walmart, where all the trouble happens.
I see we have Rougarou channel jumped in, and Ozark Yeoman has joined us. So, again, I have 2 places open, so if anybody wants to jump on as a guest, just say so, and I can email you a link.
What was going on with you yesterday, G? Seemed a little unlike yourself. I was hitting you with all the Glock crap, and you didn't even want to talk yesterday. What happened? Bad
I was
day
kind
or
of,
what?
yeah, it was a real bad day. I was grumpy. I didn't want to. I wasn't doing much talking about anything.
Mhm. Yeah, just curious. Seemed unlike yourself, so
I got
we all have
grounded
our
from.
days, I guess.
I got grounded from the gun stores.
The lady put her foot down, huh?
Yeah, but I can't go to the gun store for a little while.
Yeah. Suppose anything could be a problem. Everything in moderation. Just got to buy more when you go.
That's the problem.
Has anybody heard anything about the NFAC going to Kentucky, Louisville today?
No.
I haven't heard anything since there's a militia counter protest against them. I think that was yesterday where they
Okay.
faced off.
Well, they're supposed to show up today. I think it was supposed to be today.
I
Because
think
there were pictures of them yelling at each other.
I'm pretty sure they probably got distracted with the Kentucky Derby going on, and there's a black guy who owns a horse that's going to be running in the race, and he refuses to withdraw his horse for showing solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. He says that he wants to keep it in, showing that there's inclusivity. That just because he's black, he's not being excluded from anything.
Okay. I don't know. I know they say they. I don't know what the conclusion is about what they did about the Brianna thing, but they say if it had no solution or charge somebody about it, they was gonna supposedly burn everything down or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember what they said.
It's the answer to everything now, huh? Just burn it down. Burn it down.
That's the answer for everything these days. So Defense Dad says, just go to Walmart. The fact they happen to have guns isn't your fault. But I haven't gone into a Walmart in like 3 years, 2.5, 3 years. I don't plan on going back ever again.
Good man. Good man. I try to avoid it like the plague myself.
Oh, there's no trying. I just don't. There's nothing they have that I can't go to another store, and even if I pay 20 cents more, you know what? I'm probably going to be supporting a mom and pop place over a big box store.
Yeah, I've been there once in the last year and a half. I think that was it, and I wasn't even thrilled about that. Yeah, I try to avoid it. So I don't know. I just over at ours, they got people over there. Basically armed police, full battle rattle, grilling everybody that comes through the door. Obviously, you got to wear a mask and whatnot, which is the issue for me. It's just the company itself. Back when all that ammo crap went down, I went over, picked up some ammo because that's really all I'd go there for at that point, and that and salad. Because salad is a lot cheaper at Walmart. But anyway, I've been paying more for that forever now and doing my own anyway. But needless to say, when I pulled out of there, basically I had police follow me right out. As soon as we left Walmart parking lot, they pulled me over, got the whole spiel, is this your car and all that stuff, and went through the whole deal. And, of course they had to check my gun and all types of stuff, and then it just turned out to be a damn hassle. So and I don't know, I just related to Walmart because
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to, call things out or whatever. If you're interested, check the video out. But it bugged me. So.
Yep. So
You should have peacefully burned it down.
Mad 60
Yeah, right. I
asked.
went back and burned it.
Mad 60 asked if I heard about the New Jersey mag ban. Yes, I did. And Foss, to answer your question, that was the 3rd district. So like we fall under the 9th. So this was out of the 3rd. So now that you have conflicting districts under the federal courts, the Supreme Court is more apt to hear the cases. So they'll have to rule yes, the mag bans are unconstitutional, or no, they're not. So they're going to have to decide one way if they're going to follow the 9th or if they're going to follow the 3rd. If either one of these cases happens to make it to the Supreme Court. Now, the 9th has, I believe it's until the 20.
I'll never hear it anyway.
I believe the 9th has till like the 22nd to agree if they're even going to go en banc, full panel, to hear the appeal from California, or if they're just going to say, nope, we're going to side with the 3-judge panel. And then if they just kick it back to the 3-judge panel decision, then California will have to fight it into the Supreme Court if they want to appeal. And yeah, we don't really have a whole lot of faith that the Supreme Court's going to even take it up. But if you have the 2 descending rulings, because you got the 9th saying that it's unconstitutional, and now you have the 3rd saying, or the 9th saying it's unconstitutional for them to limit magazines to 10 rounds. Now you have New Jersey and the 3rd district that's saying, no, that is completely constitutional, and you only need to use intermediate scrutiny, not where the 3-judge panel that ruled that it was unconstitutional, who said no, any enumerated amendment needs to fall under strict scrutiny, not intermediate. So you've got, the 2 courts arguing back and forth, and so it should set up for the Supreme Court actually taking it up and hearing it, because they're going to have to determine, one, if an enumerated amendment, so that would fall under any of them, your First Amendment or any of them, would fall under strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny. And so they're going to have to rule on that part. And then they'll have to rule on the constitutionality of 10 rounds being yes, it's constitutional, or no, it's not constitutional. And under a ruling that they've already determined, due to the fact that it is of common use and readily available to, the general public, that it would then become unconstitutional to restrict it.
I'm hoping that if Trump gets reelected, that maybe then they'll take up some of these cases in his second term.
I figure anyway that whatever happens in November, I don't see RBG staying much longer. She may finish out the year. I cannot see her making it past January, like on the Supreme Court. So whoever wins in November is going to have that seat to replace.
Well, I don't think she'll quit. I think she'll die in the chamber if she has to, just to stay.
I can see them trying to remove her due to medical, and there is the ability that they can do that. So if Trump's reelected, they may just go ahead and try to remove her. The other judges, I know, no, that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, and so
Yeah, I think she'll probably stay till her last days.
Yeah, Rob,
people get-
Snob said his hearing aids don't work that well, so he wants you to speak up louder. You're a little bit lower than everybody else.
Oh, all right. I was gonna say, I don't think she's gonna just bow out. I assume she's gonna stay there as long as she can, and I really don't see anybody forcibly removing her. I mean, and look at Biden; they want him to be president. So I don't see that happening. But I don't know. I hope things change, but I think we're pretty much in a bad spot all around. So
they don't want Biden to be president. This is their play.
yeah, maybe not, but I mean that's who they present. I mean, I don't think they,
Yeah.
Here's as long as they're playing ball, it doesn't seem to matter. So.
Yeah, but their play is if they can get him elected, they'll get him to, do his inauguration, his swearing in, and then after that they'll remove him due to, him not being fit to sit in office. That will put Kill-Em-All Harris in charge as president, and that'll move Nancy up to vice president.
Yeah, sounds legitimate. Sounds like something they try to do. So, I mean, yeah, it is possible. Like I said, I'm not really seeing a good end to this. So, the way the parties are right now and whatnot, even if Trump does get it in 4 years, what's going to happen then? What are our choices going to be? So, I don't think, when things are so far off, they just, there's got to be a point where, you hit a dead end. So something's got to be readjusted. Accountability. They run this country like teenagers run their finance. It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing is the left doesn't have much of a choice on Nancy being vice president. If Biden is removed, then the VP would take over presidency, and the speaker would then take over as the vice president. So unless they would remove her as speaker before they remove Biden, that would be the only way they could control that she's not going to be the one to take over being the vice president. That would be the only way.
But would you want her to be vice president or possibly president?
I don't want her to do shit.
Exactly. So it's like,
I-
so you're still, it doesn't matter one way or the other. You still got the same problem.
Exactly. I mean, I don't see anything the left is going to do to benefit us. They're going to kill the economy, so they're going to put a lot more people out of jobs. They will take your guns. They don't care if they're going to be unconstitutional. They're just going to executively order that they're all illegal and try to take them.
Sign it now so they can just read it later.
Yep.
We got serious issues, you know, as far as like media, education. You know, education's really up there. Obviously, people, you know, people, how do they put it? If you know better, you do better. You know what I mean? But a lot of people aren't. These urban schools aren't doing nothing. I can tell you that. They're not doing much. So
Yep.
sure, there's an exception in every school, this or that. But, yeah, when you got, like, in my area, 30% graduate in a good year, that's pretty shitty.
I see we are joined out in the crowd by Warsaw Patriot. Welcome. Okay, I'm going to jump out of here for just a second and see if I can get my inline chat to work so that I can actually highlight stuff. I'll be right back. We'll leave Foss in charge.
Right, quick, lock the door.
Yeah, he had to tape his Glock back together. Fell apart.
You gotta glue it back together.
Yeah, he's tripping on the pieces right now. What's your prediction? Think we're going to be all peaches next year?
No.
What about you, do EDC?
So, at least my chat's working for a brief second. Nope, it just ended right where that is. So, it is what it is. Like I said, I have the YouTube side popped up so I can keep going. I just can't highlight and post it on the screen. Carolina bailed. Carolina's like, yep, I'm out of here.
Said enough of this nonsense.
Exactly. So is anyone looking? Are you looking at any new guns?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
No,
Okay.
can't hear you.
All right. What was the question again, Rob? I'm kind of having some issues there.
Oh, I was asking what your prediction is next year, but G23 is asking about you got any guns you're thinking of getting?
Oh, guns? Well, I'm still waiting for PSA to release any of the new guns. That's what I want to get.
Yep. I don't know. I haven't seen anything that's coming out that like has really grabbed attention saying, hey, you need to get this.
mean, the only thing I know that came out was the new Glock 48s and 43 with the MOS.
Well, they just relaunched the G17, G19 Gen 1s.
What? Why would you want to go backwards? That don't make no sense.
They're just throwing those out there, like they're retroing them. I guess I'm not sure why. We have Clover in the house. I guess because right now, if you look, some of those Gen 1 guns are going for like friggin' $3,000.
Yeah, but those are the initial original Gen 1.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference with the pins or something like that. Because mine was a Gen 2. And initially I wasn't sure, so I had to do some research on it. Come to find out it was a Gen 2. So unfortunately, it wasn't worth thousands of dollars. So, when I need cash, I sold that. But I'm curious because I believe there was some initial complaints with the Gen 1. And so I'm wondering what changes were made between the initial Gen 1 and Gen 2. So, and did they account for that in the new release of the Gen 1? Or did they make something with the flaws like the initial? Not saying flaws, but whatever they upgraded. Did they downgrade it or upgrade it? I'm probably confusing everybody. I'm confusing myself. So maybe you know what I'm saying.
I get what you're kind of going at. So, like, Gen 1 had no finger grooves. It was the single captured guide rod. So, I haven't actually got to see one of the retro Gen 1 throwbacks. So, I can't tell you what it is actually, if they've kept it as a Gen 1 true, or if they've done any kind of modifications to it. And it looks like Mr. Faust picked up a CHP gun.
I did. That's the one that I bought that I was talking about for a while.
Yeah.
I just picked it up last week.
So about $409 for that thing?
No, I paid more. I paid like $450. Well, it's nice, all stainless. I haven't taken it to the range yet, but just I took it apart, cleaned it, looked it over. Yeah, I like it. The double action trigger is smooth. The single action isn't that great. There's a lot of take up on it, which is kind of surprising. But like I said, I haven't taken it to the range yet, so I haven't shot it.
Well, Mad Sexy, Gen 3s are pretty nice. My EDC is a Gen 3 G23. And then, so, Carolina, on your holster, the Blackhawk Omni.
Yeah.
So you have a Amazon link in that video.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your affiliate link, or is that just an Amazon link?
No, it's affiliate link.
Okay. Because I was looking at, probably I was thinking about getting one of those holsters, and before I went and ordered it from Blackhawk themselves, I figured I would double check and make sure if that's your affiliate link. So maybe I'll go ahead and order that holster from them, and maybe throw a couple other things on that I have to get off Amazon. So
Yes.
you can get a couple cents credit.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a nice holster in my opinion.
Washers and dryers.
Don't worry, I'll just get a new washer, dryer, refrigerator, range, microwave. Let's just rack it up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
About
that will
$8 grand.
guarantee you the winnings of his next couple giveaways.
Right?
Today we are giving away a brand new truck.
Hey, Clover, is that supposed to be a new car? Yeah, I see that, like, it seems like depending upon where you're located is really affecting the price of, like, firearms and firearm accessories and ammo.
I'd agree with that. My locals are a lot more than if I drive an hour. If I go out to a smaller, town of 2,000 people or something, I'd still get decent price. It's up there a little bit, but it's reasonably jacked up versus some of these, which are just, I don't know. I'd have to be dang near at war to be paying that kind of price or something. But at least be in some shady parking lot with somebody's trunk or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of them I hear people talking about, hey, it's like $25 for a box of 50 rounds of FMJ. I'm like, damn, I thought $12.79 was bad.
Yeah, like I said, I seen 35 basically, so that's right. I was just like,
Yeah.
No.
I mean, Blazer 115 or 124 is for a 50 round is like $12.79 right now. At least, well, the last time I was at the gun store, and yeah, it's not. Hey, it looks like somebody's into reloading.
Yeah, my dad.
So why don't you just have him do all your reloads?
He just gave me some today. I wonder what the combination is.
Well, I bet you.
Ass whooped on camera.
I bet you it is not 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna try it.
Didn't work. Dang it.
You're gonna get cracked with a club neck.
Wow. So on Gunbroker, there's a guy selling 209 mil for $230. It's not bad. Now, is it auction or is it a buy now price? Because if it's auction price, then he's looking at trying to, pull a New York and rape people. Not New York Outcast.
I was gonna say, only rape people that want it.
Ooh, so it's a buy now. I mean, that's not horribly bad, I guess, for the situation. Because some people are saying they're $35 a box. Yeah, but if you
bad. I mean, $1 a round for 9 mil. I mean, damn. Like, if you don't have any, I understand. You gotta have something. But if you're trying to stock up, like, good God, man.
Oh yeah, if you're just stocking up, there's no reason in hell that you should be thinking about paying $1 a round, because you should have already. If you're just stocking up, you already have. Nice.
6.5.
Damn lucky he ain't my boy. He's showing all his damn business.
He's not showing it all. He can't figure out how to get into the safe.
And now we know why.
Check this one out. That's a big boy there.
Yeah. And when I'm saying 200 for 200 rounds for 230 isn't bad. I have seen some of the ammo prices where people have like 500 rounds and they're asking a starting bid price of $650.
Yeah, well, I mean that's just ridiculous. If
And people are bidding on it.
Now that's just nuts. I mean, some people just like to pay more. That's just the way of life. But I ain't one of them. I'll tell you that. So, unless I desperately need it, I ain't paying that price. And I prefer you people don't either, because that's what's going to keep it jacked up.
Yep.
Obviously you got to have something. Everybody should have something. Don't get me wrong, but when you're getting like half price is almost a fair deal now these people are talking 3-4 times as much. Hell no. I mean, that's like junkie level in a sense. It doesn't matter what it is. That's just crazy.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so I wasn't a 9mm fan. I'm still not a true 9mm fan. But I bought the wife a SIG, and that was end of June. She finally took possession of it, like around July 4th, or a little after July 4th. And so, yeah, we were buying ammo in the shortage time. And we've managed to slowly build up a nice stockpile of like 9mm ammo. Now, finding it for $12 a box or whatever, that's still high. That same ammo in January was $7.99, $9.99 a box.
Yeah. So in other words, you want a conversion barrel for your 23.
Yes, to 357 SIG. Or 22.
Things to fluctuate with demand and stuff. So, with it going up $1 or $2, yeah, it's crappy, but that's reasonable. But obviously this going up, 300-400%, that's a whole nother story, in my opinion. That's robbery. That's should be a damn near crime, because it's not. I don't think the manufacturers are putting it out at that price. They really don't. So I think this big markup, the biggest chunk of the markup, I'm almost willing to bet is coming from the gun stores. But all these guys out here that work at gun stores ain't going to tell you that. Support your local stores. But keep in mind, they probably don't have as much to sell either, and they still got to pay their bills. But there should be a limit there to where, you're really bending the customer over.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to cover their bills and still make a
Like,
kick it up, because it's a business. That's what businesses do. So I think we're really getting screwed on the shop side of it, in my opinion.
Now, the guy I get a lot of my ammo from, I haven't been going to that shop very long because I haven't been in Oregon for like many years, not compared to some of the shops that I used to go to back home in Washington, where I had 15 years of going to the stores. I've only been going to this one for a little over a year and a half now. But he showed me what they paid for the 9mm of the 124 grain Blazer compared to what they were selling it for.
Well, I don't want to talk down at anybody, but
Yeah.
as somebody that's been in sales before, it is not uncommon to have what you would present to somebody as your prices, but it doesn't necessarily mean those are your prices. That's your starting in a sense.
Yeah.
So, but again, maybe the guy was straight with you. I don't know. I can't. But obviously, a business is there to make money. So if they're not making any money, somebody's lying to you.
Well, no, they're making.
They're gonna make the money. You know what I mean?
No,
But
they're making.
they're making.
So
I don't
they're
know.
making. They're making
And,
a little bit of. They're
same
making a
thing with
little.
construction. They show up to your house,
Yeah.
they see you're a senior or whatever, your company offers senior discounts. They're still adding the full price. They're just adding an extra 10%. So when you bring it up, they knock it back off. And if you don't, you got a little bit of extra commission.
Yeah.
That's how it's done. You know what I mean? Like, sad to say in most cases. So unless it's like a locked in thing,
Yeah. Well,
business is business, man.
This guy, like when I ordered my TrueGlow TFXs from him, he showed what this company paid for, we're going to pay for them, and then what my price was going to be. And he was still $40 cheaper than getting them off Amazon or anywhere else I could find. He was still $40 cheaper at my cost. Not of what the store was paying for him. He was still going to make money.
Yeah. See, I can give you an example where I'd buy windows and siding, a bunch of stuff. A customer can go in there and they'll get a price, and I'll get a price or whatever. But my price is still cheaper because at the end of the day, I get a contract with discount. So the customer doesn't see that. You know what I mean? So, granted, I don't do business that way personally, but that's a whole nother long story. But so again, hopefully it's right, you know what I mean, but it may not be. Don't just trust somebody, especially a sales guy. Sales guys are there to make money, whether he's your friend or not. I'm sorry, but most people that say they got a deal from their friend got screwed, at least from what I see out here. And friends shouldn't be screwing friends like that.
Yeah. So, but like, so I went from when I bought some 124 grain from the local shop that I, and then I went over to Sportsman. That same box was like $3 more expensive over at Sportsman's. So even if they mark it up, say they marked it up 40%, they were still, $3 cheaper than another store.
Yeah, take the deal where you can get it.
Exactly.
It's going to be up everywhere, but like I said, to me, I do have limits.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to buy unless it's the end of days or something.
Yeah. We got a nice little conversation going on out in the chat going on.
I can't see it. Is it anything good?
It's all about you.
About blocks.
Mad Sexy was saying that if New York Outcast enters any gun store in California, he will be shot on sight. I don't know what California has against you, man.
That wouldn't surprise me.
West Coast, East Side. That's what it is.
West Coast, East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Still blame those East Coasters for Tupac's death.
Yep.
It was all Biggie.
I think Outkast know what happened.
He's still chilling somewhere. It was all a setup.
Yep.
Him and Biggie off on their own island.
Mad Sexy's like, what? How did I get thrown into this? he said that my gun store has a sign up saying, due to recent events, if you enter with mask, you may be shot. That's what he put on there. I just changed a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, yeah. People are on different sides of things, I guess. Some in the middle, so who knows? Stores here, you can't get in without a mask. Drive an hour in other places, they look at you like you're crazy if you pull up with a mask. So either way, puts a limit on your customers and your business. So may not be the wisest thing for a business to do it in a time like this, but everybody has their principles, I guess.
Mad Sexy was like, I was like, what? Wait a minute. Yeah. See how comments can be kind of. He says it's because they were broke into like a week ago. They put that sign up. Well, it's hard when you're the breaking in. Now, if the business is open and people walk in and try to rob a gun store, that's going to be moronic. That's a whole different ball game.
I'm shocked that gun stores don't have somebody, overnight security or something. To be honest, I don't think I would trust, even in my area. I don't think I'd trust leaving a shop like that. I mean, yeah, you got insurance or whatever, but as most people know, it's a damn hassle, and I'm sure it's even worse when it comes to firearms. So, I would probably have somebody posted at my shop overnight. So, whether it was family that rotated out or whether it was a paid security that was, affordable in the budget, that way it kicks liability off of me. Would probably be the wiser way of doing it. But yeah, I think that's, now guns and ammo are a hot item. Yeah, if not more than before. So
I know like a couple of the
and stuff like that. They got rifles in their little clubhouses. They all should be paying attention to stuff. Like we've already heard the news. So
yeah, I know a couple of like the local gun stores around here. They have secure rooms, like a big giant safe that they put all the firearms and ammo in at the close of business, and then at the open of business they bring them all back out. So
underestimate junkies. Yeah. So, especially if it's out in the middle of nowhere, they don't underestimate it. So yeah, you rent jackhammers, it ain't that much money. So get torches, whatever. If you got the time, you can get into anything, and people do it. So it's not common. It's usually kids. It's crimes of opportunity, but still, doesn't mean they won't bust in and destroy half the store trying to get in and shit. So I don't know. I would just be cautious. That's all I'm saying. Anybody, any stores like that, I would be cautious. My little shop, the one place, anytime you go in there, they got a guy covering. So he sees you before you hit the door.
Yeah.
And half the time you wouldn't even know he was there because he's put in a good spot where he has concealment and he has cover, which most people don't realize. But say he's in a pretty good spot and you're being watched the whole time you're in there. I can't speak for what they do at night, but I'm sure, they're doing something because the location it is, there's a pretty good chance somebody would try something.
So G-Web says, LOL, how much you think gun shops make? Well, the thing is, unless we're grandfathered, Oregon for like FFLs and stuff have made it like extremely hard, and they have to secure their firearms when they're not in business.
You're gonna lose if you got to shut down for 2 days to have your shop put back together or the
Yep.
you know, it seems proactive. You're gonna lose money either way. You know, especially if it's family or something like that, where you can do something that's affordable instead of a couple. But again, it all depends. What's private, small chain, so I can't speak for all shops. But
Yeah.
way,
They only make like
for prices, no matter what the circumstances. I mean, this is comparable to the people selling fruit on the side of the highway with Katrina for $10 an apple. Like, you know,
they only make like $50 a gun on new guns. Probably a little bit more now that everybody's raised their prices. But you know, and that'll be probably your mid-level guns and up, not, you know, like the Tauruses where you only pay like $350. So they make, I think profit wise they make more off of ammo and accessories than off the guns.
So
maybe a difference with states, because my MFP compact was $230 something, I think, online, and when I bought it at the store here, I paid like $430 something. So, bit of a markup.
That's just because they saw you coming.
now I know I was at Bi-Mart Thursday, and they had an Altor in there. Everyone knows Altors are like $100 guns. They had like $159.99 on that gun.
Man, it's a sad day when you're buying one of those for self-defense.
My wife made fun of it when I pointed it out to her. I was like, she's like, what the hell is that? I was like, it's an Altor. She's like, okay, what is it? I'm like, it's a single shot 9mm. And she just kind of laughed at it and said it was garbage. Yeah, pretty much. It is pretty much just a starter gun. You just buy it for shooting blanks, you know, for races. It's not for self-defense. You shoot one round. Wait, 5 minutes. I got to reload. 5 minutes before you do anything else. Wait, where's the gun stop? He's going to defend that like a mofo. It only takes 2 minutes to reload it.
Until you shoot 5 rounds, and you gotta wait for the barrel to cool.
Well, G-Webs, you have a great afternoon. We will talk with you later.
Yeah,
the wife's watching Kentucky Derby, so I have my mic muted for when she starts yelling.
The gun shop thing, I'd say that, you know, whether it's a gun shop or not, like, you know, I don't care if I sold teacups. If this stuff was going on in my area, I would probably be keeping a good eye on my store. So, I know a lot of people out there don't defend property, this and that, but you know, that's everybody's own decision. All I can say is I work for my stuff. My insurance company's already told me that they're not covering anything like that. So, yeah, I'm gonna put myself in front of it. We'll see what happens.
Just imagine how many businesses have lost money, how much money they lost because insurance doesn't cover none of that.
Exactly. I mean, you know,
What?
I'm not, you know, I'm not losing my livelihood, or, you know, tools or whatever, just for this stupidity. As far as I'm concerned, you know, like, now you're robbing from me, you're robbing from my kids, from my mom, you know what I mean? It's like, no, I don't give a damn. That ain't gonna happen.
G23.
I'm here.
Can I take a couple minutes and do the drawing?
Yeah, go for it. We've got quite a few people out there.
So let me share the screen. The computer has gone through and picked out all the comments.
You giving away a Mazda?
It looks like it. Foss, you know, he jumped up to like 170 some scrubs.
It's gone.
Wow.
Just
So,
that
and
quick.
then it's randomizing, looking for someone. X Adam 1 is our first. I'm going to pick 2. So X Adam 1.
Congratulations to X Adam 1.
And the pen I chose doesn't work. But X Adam 1 for 1. And then we'll pick another. Looks like he wanted Glock parts, so he'll get a Glock parts. Maybe a shirt and a bunch of other junk that cram in a box. So, winner number 2, Kingpin.
All right.
Rigged.
Hey, quiet down.
Congratulations, Kingpin. Congratulations, X Adam 1.
Congratulations.
So, I don't know if either of them are around or watching, but I'll throw my email out in the chat, and then I'll get a hold of them somehow, some way, and get their stuff sent to them.
Kingpin,
I think I have his email. I have his address, actually, so I could just send him crap.
okay, why did Rob get removed from the screen? Okay, well, we've got Rob back, I guess. Yeah, Glock haters, what are you talking? Damn Glock people removing Glock haters from the stream all the time. I see we're joined by Nighthawk Medic. I don't know how long he was hiding in the background.
Oh, I just came in. I've been rappelling and doing a tactical assault course, so I'm just getting to join.
Damn, you make me jealous. And nav and now that.
Yeah, oh, land nav was
Where do you
boring. This is fun. I live in the great state of Tennessee, home of the wild redneck. We make Barrett rifles and Tennessee whiskey here, man.
Man,
At the same facility.
sounding better and better.
I'll tell you what, rappelling is a lot different when you're in your 40s than when you're in your 20s. It was fun, though.
Yeah, I started as a kid, actually.
So
Okay.
Mad 6, he says they can be a Glock hater as long as they're a 19 guy, but he hates them both. He hates Glocks, he hates 1911s. He thinks Smith & Wesson is the only thing that anyone should ever be able to own.
Smith & Wesson's made some duds, too.
Not true.
I've had a couple of Smith & Wesson turds over the years.
I'm not extremely biased. I just joke on the Glocks, but I've owned the Glock. Glocks work, yes. Glocks are fine, blah blah blah. But times have changed, and there's other options out there. Different strokes for different folks, so it's not a big deal.
I don't think Glocks are $600 guns anymore. I think really if Glock brought their price point down, I think they'd get more love from people.
See, when the wife got her G23, it was like $439. It wasn't that expensive.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
And then when I got her the SIG, that was like $900. So then I got an email the other day from guns.com and talking about their Labor Day weekend sale that was going to be going on. So I decided, hey, maybe I'll look at another SIG, and I saw the same exact gun that the wife had, except hers, it wasn't the X compact. It was just the compact. It was the RXP compact. And I got her the RXP X compact, so she had the flat face trigger on there instead of the curved.
Uh-huh.
It was on sale for $50 more than what I paid for hers.
Wow. Well, that's the thing about it is though. So I hear this actually fairly frequently in the car category. So I see people get gripey about when they see a car that's similar to their car, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same model. It doesn't have all the same advanced features, and they're like, that thing's X amount dollars cheaper, or it does this better, or whatever else. I mean, you got something better. You paid more for something better, right?
I paid less for something better.
Oh, you actually paid less initially for something better.
Yeah, I got the RXP X compact, and I saw I saw the RXP compact. So it does, the one that I was looking at just yesterday doesn't have the flat face trigger, or that's the wife's has got the flat face.
Gotcha.
And it's it's a really nice setup that she got. And the one I was looking at was $50 more expensive for less, for not all the bells and whistles.
So SIG scammed the military, and now they're scamming us. Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
So I was like, well, I guess I won't be getting that one, because I'm not going to pay $50 more on sale for something that I got.
Right.
So
I get that. That makes perfect sense to me.
I paid full price a few months ago. It was like $7.99, or no, $8. It was $8.99. What I paid, and what I just saw was $9.49.
Yikes! That's pretty good. You did well.
Well, Mad Sexy says he has to run because the dinner bell is yelling at him. I don't know. It's about beer 30 time around here.
Oh, it is beer 30.
Folgers 30 for me.
Folgers. Okay, Granddad.
Right. Told y'all I'm poor.
No, I wasn't talking about poor. I was talking about old drinking Folgers. That's like...
If he was old, he'd be drinking Sanka.
Yeah, that's true. They put Folgers in our MREs, I think.
Yeah, decaf though.
Decaf, yeah.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
Total.
It's better than
Complete
nothing.
utter. Yeah.
Gives you a little taste of home.
The best
Select
was
those.
if you got the ones that had the M&Ms in them, man. Those were the best.
I sold a pack of those M&Ms for $20.
Oh yeah, I can believe it, especially when you've been in the field for a week.
Oh boy, people do not care. It's amazing.
Value on those things goes up. Take that money,
Yep.
turn it into a McDonald's cheeseburger as soon as you get back to base. Yep.
A
Yep,
lot of
yep.
kids, they just didn't have the concept of money, in my opinion. So
It
they
was.
just didn't care, So
Yeah.
it's like, wow.
When
It's
you're
like
that age, it's all
$10
drinking
pen.
money.
The pens that were underwater and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Everybody was buying those up, and then they'd lose them, and I ended up with like 2 or 3, and I never paid for one. So.
Yep. Finding rifles. Yeah. Used to love to find rifles. Yeah, you can have your rifle back. It'll cost you $20.
That's funny.
You shouldn't have walked away from it.
You gave them all the parts too?
Yeah, of course.
That was a good deal.
Yeah, it was a great deal. Firing pin, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, I'm gonna step away and grab a beer.
All right, who's singing? Foss Slate usually sings.
I'm not queued up, so.
Like a rhinestone cowboy, getting cards and letters from people I don't even know.
I'm out.
EDC says I'm gone, boys.
In the twilight glow I see blue eyes crying in the rain. When we kissed goodbye and parted, I knew we'd never meet again.
Boom, boom. That's very
That's all
good,
you
sir.
Put on the red light.
Boy, G23 better not pull that thing on tap because we've got a whole selection for the audience here tonight, G23.
Oh boy, don't get me started. You'll be getting super chats to get me to shut up.
Yeah, hey, you know what? However the money comes, I am about 10 seconds away from giving away a box of 500 rounds of 9mm just to exploit the fact that I could probably get 1,000 followers and get monetized. I'm seriously thinking about it.
And I'm pretty sure it will work.
Yeah.
Be like Black Friday at Walmart.
Yep.
Madhouse.
So much haterade though from the people who lose.
I'm fixing to make a post on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, and TikTok. Be right back.
Yep. Nighthawk Medics. I've got it, dude. I've got the box right here and I'm looking at it thinking about it. I might just put it out on Instagram and YouTube if I do it, or on Facebook if I do it.
I'm signing up.
Yeah, I mean, is that shameful? I want comments from the audience. Should I do something that underhanded right now? Give away free ammo to get subscribers?
What
That
brand
sounds-
is it?
It's a Winchester white box.
Well, what's the
115.
grade? Oh, no thank you.
I know. Find 500 rounds of 124 or 147 right now. Nobody's freaking got it, man.
I bet you I could probably find it.
Yeah, eventually.
Looking online, I've been seeing like Wolf and
Yeah.
like some other Russian steel case.
Yeah. Well, I'll go tomorrow morning, and my wife and I, between the two of us, will get 600 rounds of ammo. We get it every time we go to Academy. We get there in the morning when the shipment comes in. Usually, by the time that line's out, there's 20 or so boxes left.
Ooh,
You're the lunatic.
beer of choice, Black Butte Porter
Ah,
from
What
Deschutes.
time is this going on? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, last time this was going on, I was waiting in some lines a couple times a few years back, and then some of the store people are like, all these damn lunatics keep showing up and bitching and stuff. We thought it was pretty funny, but
Oh, screw them,
yeah,
Heavy.
they probably knew us by first name, so.
Yeah. The guys at Academy are all subscribers to my channel, so I'm not worried about them. They're not going to lose their minds.
That's cool. I haven't gotten to that point this time, but yeah.
Right.
That's funny. So you're one
Well,
of the lunatics.
Right. You're the lunatics. All these crazy people. I don't know,
It's
man.
crazy still they ain't got no ammo and
Right.
their streets on fire.
Right.
That was crazy.
Yeah. How are things there, by the way? Everything's still pretty peaceful.
Yeah, my area, I try to avoid all the issues if I can. I know there's been a lot more police activity.
Yeah.
I saw a guy basically walking down the street all done up. You know, he had basically looked like a protester.
Right.
All camoed out, had this like hammer of Thor with him. I was like, look at that son of a bitch. Like, yo, man, this is a hell of a hammer this guy's carrying. You know, he's got it clipped to his backpack, his custom handle and everything. I was
Wow.
like, yeah. I was like, well, yeah, so I don't know. It's like, where the hell is he going? But everything that I know of has been okay in my area. I know Rochester's supposedly blowing up.
Yeah. I saw that. I've got
daughters out there, so I'm a little concerned, but I don't know. Hopefully, smart enough to. It's not the kids so much; it's the kids' friends and all that shit, peer pressure and stupid shit. So
yeah,
you always like to think one thing, but kids surprise you. So I'm just
always the wrong way too.
Yeah, I'm just hoping she's not in any problems out there. So
yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm sure there's people from my area driving out there just because it's a free chance to go break something and act like an idiot. So, I don't know how that's going to end.
Yeah, that's ugly. When they showed up here not too long ago, basically the Patriots just completely overwhelmed them. So that has been working in places where the Patriots are willing to do it. There were so many of us that showed up that they just couldn't do anything.
New York, unfortunately, is probably a different scenario. And here, basically you can get hit twice before you can legally fight back. So
really,
yeah, it's like they got crazy law. You gotta be a victim, and even if you're a victim, if you do damage, they see it as mutually combative, so you get charged too. So
yeah, around here,
you go to jail. Basically, if it comes down to your family, you're going to jail.
That's we would just
avoid those situations.
We just pepper spray them to their knees here, and then they quit.
So, Kingpin just showed up not that long ago, and he did win Mr. Foss's giveaway in second place.
Yay!
So yeah, you just take one.
So it became Mr. Foss. How do I get to be Mr. Nighthawk Medic Shoots? Or
it would just be Mr. Nighthawk, or just be Mr. Medic.
Mr. Medic. Yeah. I was on a broadcast the other day and they called me 3 different things. It's like, okay. Whatever, man.
Yeah, wasn't it
oh yeah, you were there.
Yeah. I think I was in the chat. I wasn't. I don't think I was on the stream.
No, you were on that stream. That was Clover.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, you were on that stream. That one was fun. I enjoyed that one. It's fun when you get a bunch of gun guys together and you get to talk, shoot the shit. I'm getting all the shotguns ready for tomorrow. Let me tell you what, watching you the other day, Outcast, shoot that video about the penetration and so forth. I'd forgotten how much fun it is to shoot your shotgun. And I got out today and I shot some of my shotguns just to shoot a shotgun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I don't know, something about it. It's fun. You get I guess a big response. I guess
Yeah.
Kapow.
Kapow.
Yeah, it is fun. So
I shot
it's not an everyday thing for me, not anymore. But
yeah.
it's definitely fun. So
I shot my 1187 Police. It was a lot of fun to shoot. They got a bad rap, but truthfully, if you take care of them, they're great shotguns.
what load you running?
I was running, let's see, Remington 2 3/4, 132, 1325, 9 pellet double aught buckshot.
We're concerned about prices, huh?
Well, so 4 years ago, I was talking to a guy about home defense buckshot, and he said, I've got a huge surplus of this stuff coming to my store. Do you want to buy some? And I said, yeah. Just jokingly, I said, I'll give you $50 a box for 6 boxes of 100 shots. And he said, deal. And so I came home with 600 boxes of Remington 12 gauge, 2 3/4, 325 double aught buckshot.
Okay, 600 boxes or 600
600
rounds?
rounds. Sorry, 600 rounds. Yeah. And so I have a lot of that stuff.
That's like 50 cents a round, I think. So that's a heck of a deal, man.
It was a good deal. Ah, Carolina, that's gorgeous.
A lot of fish in there.
Yeah, you fishing there?
Oh yeah, we got some big bass in here.
Show us. Dive in.
Noodle it like a real man.
Yeah, reach in there and grab it out. You can use anything that might attract their attention on camera, especially.
Yeah, if I don't get a couple of turtles snapped at me.
I'm just saying.
Man up.
Every man's got a fishing pole. Oh, that's actually a real good place to get a bass by the looks of it. Do you guys what's the word? Farm that pool? Is it
No, we just pretty much filled it up, and they kind of overpopulated because not many people fish it.
Right.
So if you want to come fish, come fish.
Oh man, I love fishing. It's a great way to drink beer.
Oh yeah, and we got a little island right over here,
I see that.
and we have spotlights out there. So yeah, fish all night.
Dude, that's amazing. Where is this?
South Carolina, not far
South
from here.
Carolina. Yeah, beautiful place, South Carolina.
But yeah, my parents' property.
Yeah, the course that I was running today is carved out of the side of a mountain, and the people that own the property, like, they made this beautiful path down to it and everything, and you're shooting steel when you're out there, and you're moving at full speed, and it's a lot of fun. And it's just like that. What you see there, that beautiful weather. There you go.
You
There's
remember
some
those?
nice
Do you
steel.
recognize those?
Yeah, I do recognize those.
Yeah, they came from Fort Jackson.
Yes, they did. Ah, you were at Relaxing Jackson. When were you there?
My father was in the Army, 82nd Airborne.
Army. Gotcha. Yes, I remember Relaxing Jackson very well, in the middle of nowhere. And Fort Sill and Fort Hood and Gordon and Benning and all of those wonderful places that the Department of the Army bought where no one else would live.
See, you can go fishing, You throw your line out and let it just sit out there, and then you go shoot some steel for a little bit, come back and check on your line.
How you get a 22 with the scope on it? You might could do both at the same time.
Yeah.
Throw a suppressor on it.
Oh, we got some of those here too.
There you go. I shot my 22 out at 150 yards today just for fun. That was actually, I was surprised. It did a good job at 150 yards.
I've done that. I've
Yeah.
stretched 22 pretty far. And
Oh.
I've actually had a pretty good success with it.
Yeah.
So the wife came up with a better idea. One of us does the fishing, the other one does the shooting, and then you switch back and forth. This way somebody's always on the line.
Yeah. That's
That'll
a
work.
good plan. I had a guy yesterday comment on one of my videos that 9mm couldn't travel out to 200 yards, and I was like, "What?" Allow me to Google Iraq Veteran 8088 for you, sir.
Well, if you
What was your,
put it in the
how high
trunk
up
of your
you have to go for 150 yards with 22?
Yeah.
put it in the trunk of your car and drive it out there.
No, 9mm will go 440 plus.
So
What was your hold on that 22 shot for the
Oh my God,
150
dude, that
yards?
was
Like 9 inches or something?
yeah. It was my scope was all the way at the top, and I was a good 4 inches above the target.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Yeah. Fun. It makes it interesting though. It gives yourselves
does.
a little bit of a challenge and stuff. So done
If-
sim card challenges with 22s. Had
Yep.
a blast.
Yep. If you ever go prairie dogging, it's the same way. So you're like lobbing rounds in so that they don't see you. Here's your puppy. Here's 2 puppies.
I think
so
there's 3.
3 puppies, yeah.
Mr. Poor Conservative has jumped in and
Hey, TPC.
says that Kingpin has a special opener for his mayonnaise bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called a hammer.
Yeah.
Borrowed it from Gallagher.
Ugh. Did you know that there's a shot called a smoker's cough, and it is 3 teaspoons of mayonnaise inside Jägermeister?
Oh, that's horrible. Horrible. That should be a crime. I'd be pissed if somebody put that on the bar. Jaeger bombs, sure. They're pricey. You got to drink a shitload of them, but
Yeah.
sure. But mayonnaise and oh hell.
That's kind of you run out of ideas. So
Yeah. I want to do one just to say I've done one. Oh, man.
Make sure you record it.
I will.
Some things are better not doing. Everybody's in this YOLO stuff nowadays, but yeah.
Yeah.
Crack, you know, cocaine, meth,
No, yeah.
asphalt. There's a lot of stuff you don't need to try.
Speed. Yeah. I don't know. It does. I like Jaeger, so that wouldn't be that bad. I just.
Jaeger is really good with Monster energy drinks.
Oh Lord, I think your wife likes the sound of that G23. Is that what
That Jaeger bomb. They call
We
it a
used-
Jaeger.
Yeah, we used to
That-
do sake bombs when I was in the service. We'd go to those little Japanese places, and they bring you out a mug of Sapporo.
Rice
and-
wine.
Yeah, and you put hot sake on top of 2 chopsticks, and then you bang the table till the sake falls into the Sapporo, and then toss it back. Kingpin says never try meth or liberalism. Yeah.
I think the craziest is that crocodile or crocodile they call it, where it's like a knockoff heroin that people are taking, and then it literally eats holes in your skin.
yeah, it's
Like,
crazy when you
like, you gotta be crazy. Like, I mean,
you
come
see the
on.
junkies where you can see their bone because they're
Yeah,
skin
that's what
and muscle are
and then
eating
they
away.
still want to get high.
Crazy.
Like, Wow.
First of all,
Yeah,
if
that's
something
not a friend that comes up and offers you that shit. That is not a friend, okay?
First of all, if something is knockoff heroin, you have to be scared of it to begin with. This is worse than heroin. Get away with me with that shit.
I'd say number 2 is the bath salts. You know, when you
Oh,
might
that
start
stuff.
eating your companions, you got an issue.
Yeah, that stuff's ugly.
It might be a close number 1, but you know, the first one where you walk around looking like a real zombie, I don't know.
We got a country full of them right now. Country full of them.
So I picked up a variety pack of Deschutes Brewery, and so it's a local brewery over in Bend, Oregon, and so it's got like fresh squeezed IPA, Black Butte Porter, Neon Haze, Daydream, and a couple others in there. Oh, Hand Up IPA. So there's.
I thought she said panda. I was like, what?
Nope. So yeah, she picked me out an IPA this time.
Yeah, that's not bad. Defense Dad says knockoff heroin. What did I miss? I had a customer.
My pink fly.
Dude, that is a pink hot glue gun. You know those come in manly colors, right? You don't have to buy the pink.
Yeah. No, that's what they had.
So they are both Midnight and Poor Conservative are out there.
I see.
Flipping me a little bit of. I don't name the beers; I just drink them.
Well, I'll be back in a minute. I have to go get checked for ticks.
So I guess that falls under the Poor Conservative comment.
You're right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Okay. No, because I said Bend, Oregon. He's like, did he say bend over again?
Yeah, you got to get checked for ticks. It's a lot better to get checked for ticks by your wife than your buddy.
Exactly. I'm not sure why you would let your buddy check you for ticks.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Soft violin music, candles.
He's thinking $20 is $20.
No, I'm thinking completely dirty, stuck out in the field for a while. Leeches, ticks, all the good stuff.
I went to high school with a guy named Benjamin Dover. I don't know how his parents never figured out you don't name your kid Benjamin if your last name's Dover.
There's a lot of parents out there who don't think of that. They slap first name on and then the last name. It's like they don't think about, but when you combine them, it's not always a good thing for a child. Kids can be pretty damn mean.
Oh, he was a pretty cool guy, so I think he kind of lucked out. Nobody really bugged him.
What's going on with Clover's cousin?
Clover's last name is Dover.
Oh, I was like, wait, I got lost here.
Would you change your last name if it was Wiener?
I'd probably change my first name to Big.
But think about that. You meet a girl and this and that. Is she gonna want to take on the last name Wiener? It just seems like a bad name to have. But I noticed a couple politicians out there.
Now, you remember back when Jay Leno used to have his TV show when he did like late night TV talk show, and he would do those.
Yep, back before he was replaced. And that was that British guy, I think.
Yeah.
I think remember, and then they replaced again. And the new guy, I think, sucks. But
yeah. But he would do those, names of people getting married, like Ben Dover, or
I don't recall all that.
Yeah, he used to do it was a weekly thing where he would do like marriage announcements, and it was like, hold my wiener, stuff like that. People's last names, and he'd find some of those that were kind of messed up.
I'm sure people's landladies love that when they got the invitation in the mail and it was from Mrs. Hold My Wiener, Mr. and Mrs. or something. Yeah. Probably like, oh boy.
It's like that movie, Meet the Fockers.
Yes, kind of like that.
That's just a messed up last name. Wiener Holder 2020.
Is that the one with the whole, remember that time at band camp thing in it?
No, that would be. I don't remember. I don't know that. I don't remember that. But
American Pie.
Yeah. So what do we got talking about going on?
Good question.
Anyone
I
have
don't know.
Guys heard of that lingerie football league?
It's been around for a while. It's called I think it's called the Legends League now.
Yeah.
They play rough.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Those ladies don't hold back.
Wasn't that the ones where they used to like tackle them into the crowd?
Well, any indoor league tackles them into the crowd, but they basically wear lingerie and shoulder pads and helmets and beat the crap out of each other.
On to Papa.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was a thing until, I don't know, a few months ago. I heard something about it, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. But I guess, they probably do got to be careful with advertisement and stuff, but I'm surprised that hasn't taken over the NFL. But I don't know. you're gonna go watch people smack each other's ass in tights, I'd rather see the ladies personally. But
Well, I personally would never objectify a woman in that way. Um,
yeah, well, that's the kind of funny part is, all this stuff about, seeing women as something other than sex. I mean, that's like the goal of my kid, my daughters. I want them to be seen as strong individuals, not sex objects. And now you have like this whole league where the whole thing is to shake your ass and mud wrestle without the mud or something. So it's just kind of strange. I wonder how some of these girls' parents feel about that.
Damn you, Outcast.
What?
So Kingpin says, "Who's got the family of crickets?"
it's Carolina. He's outside.
What's the matter? Now your wife knows what those credit card statements are about?
No comment.
Which credit card?
Crickets.
How to say? When I go to the gun store, I spend cash as much as I can.
I only pay cash. I mean that 4006 was the exception because I bought it online. But everything else is cash.
Yeah. Ain't with me, cat. Ain't nobody's business.
Nope.
All right, ladies. I think I'm gonna head on out. My phone's about to die.
Have a good night, and thanks for stopping by. If you get a charge on that and want to come back, we may still be here.
I'll check back later, but I appreciate the invite, and y'all stay safe as usual, and have a good one.
You too. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Yeah, sure. I'll check back maybe later if I got time. I don't know.
I hope I didn't start some trouble. I don't know if his wife plays football or what, but I hope I didn't step in that.
No.
Defense Dad says that most of the businesses here won't accept cash right now. Well, you know that if they refuse cash, that you don't owe them a dime, because there's a federal law that protects that. If you want to argue it, because it says right on the cash that it is for all debt, private and like, so it is legal tender, and they have to accept it. If they refuse it, then you can actually just walk out of the store with the stuff for free.
Yeah, the first time I went to the gun shop that I go to now, and I'm counting out money, and I tell him, sorry, I only do cash. And he goes, well, that's fine. That's what we prefer.
I wouldn't advise just walking out the store with items. If you want to take that route, go for it. But you might just have to deal with the inconvenience and go somewhere else, unless you got a good attorney. Don't mind wasting half the afternoon going through that battle with the police.
One of my buddies that lives back in Washington, he went into a store and they were like, nope, we're not accepting cash. And he argued it with the store manager, and everything. And then they brought in the law, and the cop was like, no, either you're going to accept the cash or he gets to leave with the stuff, because it is legal tender and that is a federal law. So they agreed to take the cash.
The only time that we won't is if it's missing one of the serial numbers.
Yeah,
And
if it's been
cornered.
mutilated.
Yeah, or if it's for some ungodly known reason, we get money that's soaked in blood. And I don't know why it happens so often, but we won't take that because the bank won't take those. They consider it contaminated and they'll actually reject it and send it back to us.
Yep, and then you have to get a hold of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve then has to send somebody out to you to collect that and hand you legal tender to replace it, or hand you a document saying that the federal government owes you X amount of dollars. Mike asks, what about all sweaty money? Or will you accept that?
Yes. I'll either stick it on the bottom under all the bills, or I'll immediately give it to the next person and get rid of it.
We have a store here locally. It says, we will not accept boob sweat money on hot days. So
Unless you're hot.
So as long as it's not a hot day outside, they'll accept the boob sweat money. But if it's hot outside, they're not going to accept it.
That's funny. I kind of get it though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sweaty, but it ain't boobs.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, you could state almost the same thing with people that don't use a wallet. Because if you're sitting and you got cash there, it's so like I don't know. It's some funky stuff. But
so are you insinuating that bat wing money is just as offensive as boob sweat money?
No, the wife just straight out said, "What about ball sweat money?"
Yeah, that's not attractive.
There aren't very many guys that keep their money down there.
I'm just saying.
What about your prison purse? I mean,
okay, we'll see in a few minutes. You scared off New York Outcast with the.
So I have a question. Did anybody else get an email from armslist.com wanting to sell you a 2,000 degree plasma lighter?
No, I do not have Arms List on any of my emails.
So
Me neither.
I'm just thinking that we're pretty close to a plasma gun in the 40 megawatt range. If Arms List is selling 2,000 degree plasma lighters.
So, Defense Dad says at me at G23, that would chafe. So if you're carrying your cash down at that would cause chafing. If you're going to carry your cash next to your junk, and I would tend to have to agree with him. That might cause a little bit of chafing.
Oh man, TPC nailed it.
Yeah, I'm not reading that to the wife so that she can comment. Nope, not going to happen. So the poor conservative says ball sweat money is just a roll of quarters for the quarter hole. Midnight Range says, what about moob sweat money? Which would be man boobs money.
Man.
There you go. See? Yeah, I agree with them. Move.
Does anybody remember that show Jackass?
Yes.
And the one where they're on the treadmill and they wring out the guy's undies and make the other guy drink it? That's all I see right now.
It's like a ball sweat for male strippers.
Oh, anyone want to feel that?
Oh, no.
I'm just saying, I'm not even going to feel that. Nope. It's my wife, but I'm not going to answer. Nope. Just.
All right. So, back. Hey,
Yep. This chat has gone downhill way too quick for a dumpster fire. I mean, we're not even an hour 2 yet, and we're dumpster firing it.
That broke me. I'm no longer capable of coming up with content.
Did you read Defense Dad's
Yes, I'm done. I can't do it.
Oh God. Yeah, Mike. I don't think it was your fault. Somehow, this conversation just went way too crazy. So, Defense Dad says, if you keep your money down there, it tain't sanitary. Sanitary.
I think we generally lost Outcast.
Male strippers. I was like this about carrying your money in your goddamn junk.
All right, so TPC, here we go. Redirect. TPC said he made my favorite Army grub tonight. So my favorite Army grub, TPC, was actually probably SOS. So what did you make?
Ooh, shit on a shingle is good.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer it over rice.
But I also like Chili Mac. But SOS was my favorite.
If he's talking about like Army grip, he says SOS.
Heck yeah, SOS is amazing.
He's like, I was implying boob sweat, but not trying to go there, says Mike. See, you just go there. I mean, this show ain't monetized, and this channel's never probably gonna get monetized. not with the conversations we have.
My wife has made me chicken and dumplings and salad, so I'm eating
Ooh.
chicken and dumplings and salad. Mm-hmm.
Chicken and dumplings is good.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you don't put peas in it.
We don't put peas in it. We put carrots in it.
Carrots and celery.
Yep. Hey, Foss, Midnight wants to comment on your coin purse.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, Defense Dad, we were so poor while my father was finishing school that I know what lentils are intimately. I know 8 or 9 different ways to cook lentils. So
Okay.
I understand.
The poor conservative says he posted it on IG for you. Hopefully he's not talking about posting this chat on IG because, wow, we could be in a lot of trouble.
I do believe Washington State is the lentil capital of the U.S.
Oh man, dude, he's doing SOS with corn and proper
Ooh.
white gravy with pepper.
Yeah. But yeah, lentils or legumes are not a good thing for the wife. Certain, like peas and lentils themselves, and chickpeas, they will, like, if the wife eats them, her throat will swell shut. She is allergic to that kind of stuff. So we have to be careful when going to restaurants and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, put it over rice. It's a lot more filling.
Yeah,
Over white rice.
Outcast just popped up in the chat.
Yep. He's been listening to it, and his woman just said, you're not getting back in that chat. His woman's like, no, not going to happen.
Roger that. He had to charge his phone. It was just bad timing.
He always has to charge his phone.
Right. I don't feel obligated to turn my camera on for this show, so this is my everything gets to charge show.
Mario says, humidity titties.
Oh, Lord.
Outcast says she just left for pizza. I have a Papa Murphy's. I got a pizza I got to cook. But I think I got 7 beers left for this chat. So we see Ozzy out there. Ooh, Foss. Show your picture again.
Oh, yeah, I put it away. It'll take me just a second.
What is Foss showing a picture of?
His new acquirement.
You've acquired something.
Oh,
Wow,
excuse me.
Tell us how you really feel.
That is how I feel about Foss's new acquirement, because he got it before I did.
I have a new toy too. I just haven't used it. Oh yeah, I saw that the other day, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I haven't taken it to the range yet.
Oh, that'll be fun. Those things shoot great.
That's what I was hoping. When Ozzy has more free time, I could get him to make me a holster for that one.
Heck yeah, dude. I didn't know Ozzy made holsters.
Oh yeah.
I'm tired of paying people I don't like for holsters. That's good. I might have to get Ozzy to make me a holster too.
But he was saying he's going to be busy at work through at least the end of the year, so I didn't want to bug him about it yet.
I actually have to do a shootout between 2 guns pretty soon, and I'm excited to shoot this other one. It's going to be fun.
Okay, I don't know what I reminded poor conservative about when I belched, but any more thing to help you guys out.
Defense Dad is looking for a scope for his 3030. Defense Dad, what type of mounting do you have for your 3030?
He's going to get the mount based upon the scope that he gets.
Well, I don't know if it's drilled and tapped or if it's got a Picatinny on it. Because, like, mine's using a Vortex optic, the Vortex Crossfire 2.
So he says it is drilled and tapped for a pick rail, but it doesn't have one on.
So, like I said, I'm running the Vortex Crossfire 2. It basically does everything I need it to do. I don't hunt in low light with it or anything of that nature, but it's got good eye relief. It's I think it's a 2-7 by 32. Hang on a second, let me look at it. Yeah, it's a 2-7 by 32, and I don't shoot 30-30 much beyond 100 yards most of the time anyway. But I like it. I can get targets with it pretty quick.
Are those brand new or refurbished?
They're used. They were California Highway Patrol. They were issued to them. And so then now they're back out on the general public. So they're police trade-ins. The wife's asking about the CHP you picked up.
What's she asking about it?
If it was new, if it's used, stuff like that.
Oh, it's used. There's not a lot of wear. A little bit of holster
Yeah.
wear on the slide
Well, yes.
release and the safety, but that was it.
Yeah. I've been trying to tell her for almost a year now that I want one of those. And hopefully
Fired it?
he has not got it to the range yet. But a 40 is a 40 is a 40.
Well,
Now,
since it's
with-
all
with-
stainless, it should handle
Yeah,
recoil pretty good.
With it being an all-metal gun, it should be way nicer of a recoil package.
It's what?
It should be way nicer for like when you're recoiling
Really?
because it's got more weight.
Yeah, it's heavy.
We have to get one of those.
Ooh, thank you, Foss. She just said we're gonna have to get.
I found it on CDNN Sport. I just happened
Yeah.
to stumble across it, and I wanted another 40 anyways.
Do you think it would have less recoil than a Glock?
Yeah. Yes.
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 But I think I got the last one they had because they were listed as out of stock last time I looked. Yeah.
I probably did read your comment, Midnight. I just probably had the mic muted so you didn't get to hear her response. Which comment were you talking about? Oh, now I got Midnight. Are you talking about I want Aussie holster, but he said he won't make one for a first loser? Well, of course, I wouldn't make one for you either.
Oh man, that's terrible. Defense Dad, like I said, man, these glasses on my nose are not for decoration, and I don't have any trouble spotting a target at 100 yards with that scope. But that's me. There are probably people out there who'd be requiring a Nikon or a Leopold or something like that. But I've broken enough Leopolds and enough Nikons over the years to know better than that. And a couple of the Leopold VX-1, that thing doesn't hold 0, and that's an expensive scope as compared to a lot of the ones that I've been using. So I like the Vortex Optics Crossfire too.
Can you read that comment, woman? Midnight wants to.
This is too bad. She's smelling weird.
Oh, good Lord. What is wrong with you people?
Stop it. I can't read.
The cat is getting in our way. I don't know what Midnight is.
Just so she doesn't. You bastard! You called me out.
There you go. I guess he just called me a sumbitch. Did you hear her response? She read the question. He says busted.
Yeah, busted.
Defense Dad, that one has a really super long eye relief on it. Have you actually looked at the scope?
Mhm. That one was really good, but yeah, find a different one. Find a different IPA.
No, I'm not giving you my other right.
There should be like Hands Up IPA.
Oh, hands up.
Yeah. It's right there.
So I gotta go watch the baby for a little while. So
Boss is done.
Foss is like, I'm out of here.
now my wife has got to run down to the store, so I gotta watch
Okay.
the baby for just a bit, and I should be back in 20 minutes or so, I think.
Cool. New York
So-
Ashcast is saying he's going to move to East Tennessee, and I can't wait.
Exactly.
New York,
So-
as soon as you get here, I'm taking you and your wife to dinner.
So, Mr. Medic,
Mm-hmm.
on your beer knowledge, are you into like micro brews and stuff like that?
No, I'm mostly a German beer and a Mexican beer guy.
Because the Deschutes that I'm drinking is a 65 IBU.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty bitter.
I love those bitters.
I don't really like super hoppy beers.
Oh, it's got to be hoppy. Now, I am thinking about doing like a home brew.
Yeah.
But I want to do a kind of a cross between a Roush and a Porter.
It might be interesting.
So you get that really smoky, like campfire flavor from the German Roush,
Yeah.
and then you get that chocolate kind of flavor from the Porter.
Right.
So I think that might be a nice little compliment.
I'm kind of a 40s guy. You know, I like mine around 40 to 35 to 40 in that range, because that's where it starts to get sweet.
Mm-hmm.
As you get lower than that, it kind of bites at the end. It's kind of like a cheap microbrew. Mario says Tecate beer.
Tecate.
Tecate. Let's see.
Tecate is pretty good, but if you're gonna go with something like that, go.
Oh, I know what this is. Okay, yeah.
I would rather drink Sol. SOL.
Mm-hmm.
That's way better than drinking like a Corona or even a Modelo.
I like
the,
Modelo's.
The Negro is really good, but
It
just
is.
a regular Modelo, the blue label.
Yep.
With the gold flake. Those are okay, but
I think Tecate is one of the best malt beers in the world. I think or in Mexico, it's good beer. I like Modelo. I like Victoria. I like Bohemia. I think everybody likes Corona.
nah,
Um,
I'm not. Corona is more of a piss beer.
I like Corona with lime in it.
Oh no, I'm telling you, find you some Sol, put a lime in there, and you will never drink Corona again.
That's possible.
You'll be like, oh my god.
Carolina EDC just said Colt 45. Whoa.
Colt 45 and 2 zigzags.
Yeah, man, that would rock your world. Malt liquor.
See, Mario is saying Corona is water.
Well, there is beer for getting drunk, there's beer for dinner, and then there's beer when you've just finished mowing the lawn. And to me, Corona is I just finished mowing the lawn beer.
I don't know. I would Victoria would be more of a I finished the lawn. Now, if I'm gonna have it with some dinner, like I'm probably gonna have Negro Modelo,
Mm-hmm.
and if it's just I'm drinking because I want to drink, if it's a Spanish beer night, I'm probably drinking Sol. It's got so much flavor. It's got so much flavor. You can drink it without putting anything in it, or if you throw a lime in there, it tastes really good also.
Well, all this talk about beer has got me craving some, so I'll be right back.
Foss says Grey Goose. See, DM Foss says Grey Goose.
Oh, well, hell yeah.
So
I thought we were talking beer.
my wife used to say vodka is vodka. There's no difference between vodkas. Until I bought her a bottle of Grey Goose one time, and at that point she was like, "Never mind. There's a reason why you pay that kind of money for Grey Goose." Con limón, le da sabor. Six wise men. Foss was like, he types in, "Oh Lord, no, huge difference."
Oh, and vodka. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I
So,
do.
sometimes there's just an education purpose.
I'm going to have to go with Defense Dad. Morgan Private Stock is good.
Now, on the Maker's Mark, I can tell you, if you go with Pendleton whiskey, it's actually better. It has a better flavor, and in most areas, it's cheaper than going with a Maker's Mark. Now you're talking the difference between a Kentucky bourbon whiskey, which is Maker's Mark, or more of a Canadian whiskey, as would be the style of Pendleton whiskey. Even though Pendleton is made in the United States, it still falls under the Canadian blend style.
It's good.
The Diplomatico Reserva Exclusiva is considered to be the best rum in the world right now.
Have you ever tried Cruzon?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Cruzon is a whole different kind of rum drunk than any other rum drunk you will have.
I try not to get drunk when I'm drinking.
Well, I know, but I mean, like, I don't know. Cruzon just hits you a whole different way than any other rum. Where most rums will take, like, effect of your body, Cruzon takes effect of your brain.
Ah.
And your body stays, like, your body thinks it's still sober, but your brain is way out there in, like, Never Land.
Anybody got a good source for small piston primers? Everybody's asking me.
I haven't checked, but I know my local had a grip ton of reloading stuff, and
Do they ship?
I don't know. I
Ask them, will you? Say, if you're sitting on those pistol primers, we know somebody who'll buy them.
at triple the price.
No, that's not how that works.
Oh. I can get you to sell them for triple the price. You cut me in on 50% of your
Right.
profit of the triple the price. That's not how this works.
Not how this works. The communists haven't taken over yet.
Hey, that is capitalism, baby. That is just straight capitalism.
Mm. Capitalism is when supply and demand is applicable. Communism is when nobody can get anything, and so people are waiting in line to get it, and only the wealthy people can pay for it.
Yeah, but the fact is if they had them at their regular price, and you raise that price to what the market value, what the market will allow.
True. Yeah. So Foss quit rum when he accidentally drank half a fifth of Morgan and half a fifth of vodka while studying for a midterm. Holy Christ on a cracker. That would be rough, Foss.
that damn it.
Mario had a buddy who got 10,000 pistol primers. I'm down to about 30,000 now. I've been reloading like a mad person.
Yes. I've many a times have I thought about doing like reloading and stuff, but I never got into it.
Now's not the time.
No, but like I had the chance before I moved to Oregon that a guy was offering to sell me all of his reloading stuff, and he had like 100,000 pistol primers.
Yeah.
But he's like, my eyesight's getting too bad for me to be able to do any kind of reloading, so I have to switch to just buying my ammo.
Right.
And so I should have just bought all of that stuff, but I didn't. Because at the time I was thinking, well, shit, ammo's so cheap. Why do I want to reload it?
Well, yeah, nobody did it because 9mm was cheap, and now nobody can get 9mm.
I didn't get into the 9mm game till like July of this year. That's when I bought the first 9mm that ever came into the house. Was the wife's Sig P320.
Really?
That's the first 9mm that I have ever owned.
I've got a little of everything. A lot of 9mm, a lot of 40s, a lot of 45s.
I like the 40. I've stuck with the 40. You know, the AK. I need to branch out, but it's like you get into that groove where you find something you really like, and you're like, I'm just going to ride this train.
Right.
So that's where I'm at. And so then when I decided I was going to get into doing YouTube and stuff like that, I'm like, well, no one's going to want me to just only do one caliber. So at some point, you know, I am going to have to branch out.
Right.
So
That's why you bought me the 9mm.
so that's the reason why I bought the wife the 9mm.
Nice.
she has just now figured that out. I bought her. I bought her the 9mm just so I could do a video on a 9mm.
You explained it to her.
She'll get a 357.
I was gonna say, keep buying, baby.
She'll get a 357 38 revolver just so that I can do a test on it. She'll,
I'm gonna have more guns than I know what to do with.
you know, she keeps saying she wants a revolver. So, yeah, she'll get that. It'll get tested on the channel. And then it'll go into being a safe queen.
Yeah.
Just like the Taurus Judge.
You know, I finally sold my Judge. I made the idiot mistake of buying the one with the 6-inch barrel. Worthless.
Carolina says 40 is like having a thick girlfriend, but not fat.
40 is like having a girlfriend who came about because nobody could use shot selection.
But I mean, you know, 40 is a great round.
Yeah. I guess I got burned with 40 when it was shaking Glocks apart because Glock put 40 caliber barrels in 9mm Glock frames early on, trying to get the weapon out before Smith & Wesson did.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I almost had bought a Kimber 1911 in 10mm. But my mistake was I let the wife hold it, and she's like, damn, this damn thing's too heavy. So they're one a $1,300 gun.
Right. Carolina Gun Company is now selling 9mm for $9, but you get 25 in a box. Wow. I have to see this so that I can unsubscribe to them.
$9 for 25 rounds. I'd put it at $18 for 50. That's still cheaper than some people are saying they're paying for 50.
I'm paying $12.99 for 124 grain, 50 rounds.
Yeah, but then you got like Carolina EDC who says he's paying 25 or something. Buck says he's paying 35.
What the crap?
I'm over here paying like $12.79. If you get S&B, it's only like $10.99. Oh, Carolina says 28. So,
Yeah, it's getting ugly. Might have to get that FFL and produce ammunition.
well, once you do that, you become a channel sponsor.
Right.
I will be the first person to T&E your ammo and put out negative or positive reviews on it.
Based on your supply need. Yeah.
Supply and demand.
Right. Boy, this stuff's crap.
I'm going to need 9mm. I'm going to need 410, 45 Colt, 40, 7.62 by 39, 12 gauge.
I've actually changed. I'm doing shotgun reviews just to get a break on 9mm for a little bit. But I've got 1,000 rounds of Badman Bullet 9mm loaded. It's actually pretty nifty. One of the guns that I'm going to be reviewing, I'm only shooting these Badman Bullet reloads through it.
Uh-huh.
And it's done some pretty nifty stuff.
So did you read Carolina's comments?
No, let's see, Carolina. It says your first influences for your ammo. We get 50% off the sales. It cost me 7 cents to make a bullet.
Yep, and then if you're selling them for $25 for 50,
no, that's crime.
see,
It cost me $3.50 plus my time to make 50 rounds. I just realized that math. So the problem is what my company thinks my time is worth versus, how long it takes me to create it. So it's 5 minutes to make a box of ammo.
but then you think about what the equipment costs,
Mm-hmm.
and you're gonna have to have a Dillon like 1050.
Nah, not to do that, dude. You could do that with a Lee press. You wouldn't be happy with it, but
I'm just saying you'd have to have, if you're gonna try doing like quantity.
well, nobody else is right now. You make 10 boxes, sell them for $20 a piece. You're making money. I mean, it's not like it'll be your primary form of income.
So Defense Dad says it's easier to get 5.56 than to get 9mm.
Our 5.56 is going up in price. 9mm is remaining about the same.
Yep. DM Foss says G23 will T&E your products.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I don't have the firearm to T&E it, I'm pretty sure Carolina will T&E it or Foss will T&E it.
Defense Dad, says he bought out the shelf of 30-30 at the store last night. Yeah, I'm sure if you were buying a 30-30, you were probably one of 6 people.
Oh.
I cleared out all the 30-30 or 303 British in my local gun store yesterday. It's me and 3 other guys in the whole town. PPU is still making it with no issues, apparently.
Oh, crap.
That bad, huh?
No, I forgot that I need to go to StreamYard on my cell phone so that I can't... Oh, I don't want to create.
What up, Gabriel?
I want to put myself in on my cell phone.
Carolina just came up with a brilliant idea so that we can do a brass turn-in process. Check. Holy Christ on a cracker, that was bad. But anyway, he said he could send in a brass turn-in process. This is actually brilliant. Do brass turn-in, the reloading company reloads and then sends them back to you. That actually might work. Mario, I am from Tennessee.
Yes, I did not realize that it was going to cause that big of a feedback.
Yeah, Carolina, we got a local reloading company down here, and they're absolutely fleecing people. It is criminal what they're charging for reloads right now. Mario, I'm from East Tennessee, sir. Oh, that's cool, Carolina. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, I think we're probably going to have to start banding together to get munitions set up, get a core of reloaders going, and funnel supplies into those people. Now, Mario, if you're from East Tennessee, we'll have to try to get together. I'm trying to get a couple of other creators around here to meet up with, but I either have creators who aren't really ready to do that kind of stuff yet, or Hickok 45 around here. You know what I mean? Hey, Foss, welcome back.
Yeah, I said you would TNA their products, not TNE.
Right.
So
Totally.
I think
TNA product.
Mario's down in South Carolina.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd like to get Mario and EDC and together and do some type of a joint shoot. And no, Carolina, I did not say smoke joints and shoot. I said joint shoot. My laser on my Olight is acting strange. Oh, there's a giant fingerprint on it. That could be why. That is better. Giant fingerprints on your Olight laser do not work well. Mario's mushroom proof. Okay. So Foss, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So ultimately, in this world of firearms evaluation, and so I've been challenged to this concept by a couple of other up and coming gun tubers. What do you think, in the event that the election goes Biden way, will be the future for gun tubers?
I don't think. Well, I don't think there'll be a huge change, really. It will keep trending the way it's trending. So maybe slowly eliminating gun channels, but I don't think it'll be, next day everybody's cut off.
Yeah, I wouldn't think an apocalypse, but if you look, so for instance, Facebook banned 180,000 individual accounts and 350 group accounts that were connected to patriot groups and those type groups. So kind of the logic process is that is censoring other channels that are doing similar things, guns,
Yeah,
and other politically unpopular things. What do you think about that avenue? Like YouTube potentially coming down with that ban hammer?
it's hard to say just because they're so inconsistent. I mean, they move towards a certain direction, but the terms of service, you see channels that do stuff that other channels get strikes for. So I don't know. I mean, that's why I diversified. That's why I got on GunTube and GunStreamer, and just in case.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I've dumped a lot of effort into Full 30 just for that reason too, to kind of reach out and have potential in other avenues. Let's see. TVC says the big change will come after the Article 25 Biden and hairless and Kamala takes over. Well, TPC, I think we all agree that Biden is basically a 6-month Article 25 waiting to happen. The lights are on, no one's home, and there's a walrus in the attic is the most apt description of him right now that I can think of. So Kamala is an interesting monster in herself in that aspect, because she used to make her living by prosecuting the very people that she's saying we should all be listening to right now. So, but she's also pulled some pretty sneaky and underhanded stuff on gun people for self-defense stuff. Should be interesting to see how that plays out. And then one more question, Foss. So I got asked this today also. Do you and have you registered to vote?
Yes, I have been registered to vote since way back when.
Awesome.
I didn't register when I hit 18. It wasn't until I was probably about mid-20s that I decided I should be doing something.
So once the selective service was filled out, then you kind of thought you were in the clear.
Well, no, I just, was young, didn't have any direction, was drifting, around the state, and then kind of started maturing and figured I need to, kind of take charge of what I'm doing. It's important, so I'll be voting.
Yeah. Foss, when you started to tell that, I think I expected to hear an outsert from Lowrider or something like that. I was in a motorcycle gang and traveling down Route 66.
So
No, that's G23.
Right.
We're joined out in the crowd by Wheeled and Well Armed.
Wheeled.
We got to get him on a live stream.
Yes, we do.
Hey, Wheeled, if you want to join, let me know. I'll shoot you a link and you can jump on.
So I don't think I answered your first question very well, but I'm just not sure.
Well, and I think, there's a lot of, I had one fellow gun tuber the other day answer the question by basically saying, well, I don't think anything will change. I don't think that these people are really serious about going as far as they're talking about going. So I think there's a lot of varied impressions on it. There are some gun tubers out there that make a living off of this. You know what I mean? Who genuinely, this is how they pay bills. And so just kind of thinking, is one day the Hickok 45 channel a farming channel? You know what I mean? Does he lose all of his evergreen content and have to start a new career?
Yeah, that's I think it will continue to move in a negative direction for gun channels and conservative channels, but I don't know if it will move more quickly.
Right.
If there's a change in the White House.
One of my friends was talking the other night, and he said, I bet Trump wins, and then there are 40 recounts until a Democrat wins. I said, that's probably the most conservative perspective on this I've heard so far.
Well, that kind of happened in Washington State when Christine Gregoire was elected, because she lost. There was a recount, and they said, "Oh, we found these votes," and she lost, and they did a recount, and they said, "Oh, we found these votes," and she lost, and they recounted, and then she won.
Yep. And nobody lost their mind. Nobody went bananas.
There's a lot of people that got all kinds of pissed off about that. I remember that. I was in Washington on that. And But yeah, nobody started rioting and burning shit down.
Yep, we are a polite group. We are a polite group. Defense Dad says when Trump wins, the riots will start up again by the whiny panty waists. Well, I had a conversation with one of them the other day, Defense Dad, and I asked them very earnestly who they thought they were going to defeat or who they thought the eventual victory was against. And I asked the young person, I said, so right now, you're dealing with people whose lives and jobs are dependent on a political organization. And so for most of those people, Billy clubbing you into the ground means they lose their job and their livelihood and their ability to feed their little babies. I said, there is a whole world of people who used to make a living kicking doors that if you walk through their neighborhood are going to have great glee in eliminating you from this world. So who is pushing you into this situation? Who is telling you that what you're doing is going to have a positive outcome for you? Why are you being used to deliver that outcome? And this person's response was that I was a Nazi, and they walked off. And so I've stopped arguing with them. They're just not super intelligent. And somebody is leading them to their doom. I don't know why they don't see that, but
Well, it's basically a mob mentality all the
is.
time, even without the mob.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think there's a coming civil war.
I don't think so
personally.
either.
I think Trump will be reelected, and there will be pockets of problems like we're having right now. And I'm kind of stocking back up, making sure I'm stocked up on stuff I need. And I took the election week off because I don't want to go out. But
Is that fear, Foss, or what is that?
Little bit concerned, partly because I work, a mile from the Washington, Antifa headquarters in Olympia. I'm just up the hill from the downtown where all the homeless kids are causing problems right now.
Really?
But just, peace of mind. I've got vacation, so I just took that week off and hang out at home.
So Kingpin just sent out a picture of his foot long and a bag of nuts and said Trump 2020 at the bottom of it.
Is that a code?
I'm not sure what that is.
I think that's the Cookie Monster with a thumbs up saying Trump 2020.
Okay.
Hippo with a middle finger.
Yeah, I was like, da.
But I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Andrew Faulkner.
Say that 8 times real fast. Yeah.
But I'm not. I tend not to be scared. Even when there's something going on, I'll get that little bit of adrenaline rush where, it's not, a little bit of butterflies, but it's not like terror. It's just when you're ready to go,
right.
You get a little amped and you're ready
Fight
to go.
Flight. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm more the fight than the flight.
Yeah.
But it's not bad to be prepared for problems, even if I don't really expect any problems. It doesn't hurt.
If woman ever became president, what would be the husband called? It would be the first man. Carolina.
So I sent Wheeled and Well Armed a email with a link. So if he wants to jump in, he is more than welcome to.
Yeah, Carol, the first man. Foss, I think there's a lot of people who are genuinely scared. And I think really that fear is driving a lot of the behaviors we see.
I would agree with you, and it's hard to talk to them because they don't really listen, and they're saying that you're not listening. You don't want to listen to the problems, but if you look at what's going on now, all the rioting and the burning and looting. Well, how many cities are burning? It's not all the cities.
6.
So out of those 6 cities that are burning, how much of that city is burning? It's not all of the city, it's pockets of problems.
Yep.
And then if you look at how many people have died in all the rioting and looting, compare that to how many people have died in just Chicago in a gang neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't even compare.
No. As a matter of fact, there's a whole website dedicated to Chicago and the number of people that hurt and kill each other. Carolina's got a great point there. He says, I'm more scared of what would be for the future of his kids and grandkids if things get worse. And I'm in agreement there with you, Carolina. I always think about my grandbabies and what that world will be like. Welcome, Wield.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. It was good to have you on for the first time.
Well, thank you very much. Good to be here.
So, is this your first live stream ever, or have you been on other people's live streams?
No, I do Rick's disability thing on Wednesday and Saturdays. Rick's life as I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, great. So we can go back to the moob topic because that was so intellectually stimulating.
What was that topic?
No, Wield. No. Run, Wield. Run.
Okay. I like the current topic. That's why I wanted to join in.
Oh, it was sweaty man boobs.
So let's grab Wield's comments on how he sees what's going on right now.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm sending out like weekly, maybe every 3 days. I write a major post on Facebook, and I've got about my background is kind of like Army guys from I got high school friends and I got Army friends, and then I got college friends, and then all those fraternity guys, and that's pretty much those 3 groups are the ones that interact. And so I've got like a communist or a socialist in all 3 of those groups, probably 2.
Right.
And so they argue just pure emotion. And I set them up. I'm like, well, it's just like how Kamala Harris was supporting the riots and how members of Biden's, campaign team were supporting the riots. And he's like, yeah, like that would really happen. Like you're just, making things up. And so I go to Reuters and I pull out the link, and then I show the tweet of Kamala Harris saying she's supporting the riots and go here to get money. And he, he just disappears, and he goes, "You're just way too into this." And I'm like, "Oh, because I prove you wrong, on my conspiracy theories, and that's your retort." It's just every time. I write these things, I set up these traps for them, they fall for the trap, and, I give them the links using their own website. Like my cousin was saying how the guy, the teenage Kyle Rittenhouse was completely guilty. And I go, yeah, so guilty that the New York Times did a timeline and said he wasn't guilty. And he's like, what do you mean? And I sent him the whole link, and he just shuts up, and he's like, just replies back racist or something like that.
Right. The New York Times, that was the best piece of investigative reporting I've seen from the New York Times in almost a decade.
It really was.
Kingpin, I'll tell you something, man. What I know about The power of stupid people in large groups is they will surprise you every single time. The power of stupid people in large groups is pretty terrifying. Defense Dad said, let's talk about important stuff. Why do they keep screwing around with Oreos? Oh, dude, Oreos will freaking be vegetable only, no pig fat, hippie cookies in a year. I promise you that.
They're gonna ruin Oreos?
Yeah, they're totally messing with the Oreo recipe.
Yeah, but then it seems like they're doing a bunch of other stuff where they're making like these kind of gross flavors also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we could always fall back on the Publix and the Costco brand, the off-brand copies of Oreos, and they'll be the real ones.
Hydrox.
Hydrox is out of business. Didn't Hydrox go out in the 90s? Yeah.
Wow.
Or am I thinking of something else? I
Might
thought.
be.
Hang on a minute. Let's Google that. Hydrox. Hydrox was before Oreo. I know that. So, yeah, Hydrox went out of business in 2014. Leaf bought him. And, no, 2012, I'm sorry. And then Leaf bought them, and they began a production of Hydrox in 2015. And then the recipe was changed in 2017. And 2018, they sued the maker of Oreo cookies for hiding Hydrox cookies from customers on store shelves. I don't think they still sell these things, do they?
So, Defense Dad says that he was talking about all the crappy flavors that they're coming out with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're terrible.
The mint ones are not bad, though.
Yeah, they have a few that aren't like horrible, but for the most part, they have some flavors. Like when they came out with that marshmallow Oreo.
Blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like no.
Although they do a frozen version of it, like a frozen Oreo, that's really good.
I'll tell you what, I had one conversion. One guy, a friend of mine, he's been in China ever since we graduated from college. And he was pretty much pro-Trump till about 6 months ago. And then when Biden took over, he's been like pro-Romney and John Hunting, what's the guy, Huntsman? All these like real rhino guys. And saying how they need to get back and take over the Republican Party. I'm like, oh yeah, don't forget Jeff Flake. And so anyway, I've been giving him a hard time. Then he started really saying how Joe Biden would be so much better for the country, and then he started doing all this pro-Chinese stuff. And I go, Chris, you're on a bunch of different board of directors in China, and you're doing all this pro-Chinese propaganda. Do you know what the FARA of 1938 is? The FARA Act? And he goes, no. And I go, you need to research that because they're arresting people now.
Right.
And he read it, I guess, and he's been pro-Trump ever since then. And stopped his pro-Chinese stuff.
Yeah, I had a friend in Hong Kong who's just disappeared. We haven't heard from him at all on another forum.
Or you guys, the FARA Act is the Foreign Agent.
Yeah.
I forgot what the other two acronyms are, but Registration Act, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, it put the fear of God in him.
Foreign Exchange Regulation Act of 1973.
Hello?
It was, I guess, it's the Foreign Exchange Act of 1973 is what Nighthawk Medic was saying. Did you hear him?
Sorry, my volume got cut down.
Oh.
Is the FARA Act the foreign? Shoot.
Foreign Agent Registration Act,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's it. I've had a lot of alcohol. I'm not exactly clear right now.
I just poured my first one.
I've been drinking. I think Foss is the only sober one on the group.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore.
Oh, good for you, Foss. There's definitely like a 30% chance you'll make an ass out of yourself instead of our 50-50 at this point.
Medic, I think our chances are like 70.
70. I've got to zero the laser on this pistol. It is 8 up, man. It is somewhere slightly to the low and right at 15 yards.
Well, it's better than high and left at 4 yards.
Yeah, this is true. Oh man, I was going to a competition one time and had my red dot on, was looking good, dropped the rifle. And it was somewhere around 6 inches high at 25 yards. So, I shot the first 3 sets Kentucky windage, and then I ripped the optic off the rifle and ran the rest of it on iron sights.
M. Gabriel says, starting my first beer and grilling now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Kingpin says, go watch this and tell me that the vast majorities of Americans are going to vote for that. Dude, I don't think it matters whether the vast majority of Americans vote for this at all. I think what's going to happen is this is going to eventually win just because Tytler's cycle will become complete. William Tytler said that the problem with a Republican or a democracy is not that they don't have a good idea. It's that eventually the people figure out that you can just vote for whoever will give you the most gifts from the treasury. And then from that point forward, everybody always votes for that person. And so eventually the country dies from fiscal irresponsibility and some type of a dictator takes over. And so that has been, and he states it takes 250 to 300 years on average, and that has been the fate of every republic in our history. And Tytler's cycle is a wheel, if you will, a 360-degree cycle, in which the last phase of the cycle is people begin to hand their rights over to the government, who then begins to encroach more and more power upon the independence and free will of the people until eventually they're enslaved. And it's kind of happening. And that's ugly. I know that's a little depressing, but the truth of the matter is the way we fight back is by having these type conversations and really talking to our neighbors, right? Going to your neighbor and saying, hey, buddy, come on over. Let's grill out tonight and let's talk about the BS. You know what I mean? Encouraging people in a one-on-one scenario to do something about it, so that so many people are internalizing what's going on right now and saying, I need to hide in my house. I need to avoid it. And my plan is, when we're being overrun, to defend myself with whatever means I have available. Well, then it's far too late. So really, ask a Czechoslovakian or a
My wife is Czech and
Right.
Grew up in communist China. I lived there 4 years, so I've got I know a lot of people that were big on the Communist Party, and they're what you call chain suit men, and now huge capitalists. One of my best friends, he had a rubber stamp company, and when everything was in transition, he made sure the law was changed that every business needed to have like 16 different rubber stamps. So he's got the biggest rubber stamp company in all Czech Republic.
Yeah. Yep.
So they got a funny expression, and it's here we say the cream always floats to the top, and over there they say the shit always floats to the top.
Well, that's only if you've had a lot of fiber.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, actually, it's opposite of that. It's only if you've had a lot of fat. Gabriel, Tytler's cycle. Tytlers, Tytler's cycle. He was an Irishman in the 1700s.
But what about Thomas Hobbes. I mean, I think that's more important at these times to let your neighbors know about Thomas Hobbes and the implicit contract with the government
Yes, the
for
right to rule.
protection, the
Yeah,
right to protection. What
yeah.
you're giving up is security and order, and those are the two things that I see that are out of order. Is this anarchy and security? I mean, you can't say give up your guns and we're going to defund the police. Those two sentences don't work together.
Well, actually, they do if you look at it from the perspective of. So, let me kind of give you an example. So, if you watched areas of the world that have fallen actively to socialism, to a dictator of some kind, so the processes are usually fairly simple. First, they disarm the population, and then they allow their local police element to terrorize the population, and then they do some magical rescue by basically holding a massive coup d'etat with control of the military, right? Where they then take over as the famed dictator who brought peace to the streets. And so if you watch one of these cities where they're attacking and doing damage in some of these cities, as they begin to pull back the police forces, more and more, if you will, rebellious or warlord type figures tend to move in and take over. And so that then becomes, if you're thinking that this is the direction it's going, the opportunity for the new leaders to move in with military style police forces and or the military itself, and to begin to control those areas through that military force. Now that's probably a little extreme for where we are right now, but for them, chaos becomes an opportunity to use an iron fist for order.
Yeah, they just got to unarm us first. That's the main point, I guess.
You're never going to disarm Americans. That's
No.
never going to happen in 100 million years. What you do really is very simple. You make everything we have illegal, and then you just use it as a way to lock that person up forever if they violate that law. And so it becomes the probable cause for every search you do forever. That's it. Every time you go to a person's house and knock on the door, you say, I think they have a gun. And you go inside, and if you find a gun,
go to bed.
Go to jail. They go to jail forever. No, that's okay.
Got 9-year-old twins trying to get them to bed.
Yeah, my favorite technique is much different than that.
Well, they keep sneaking around me with a flashlight.
I make them run around the house for 3 hours.
Oh, we've been apple picking to the pumpkin farm and hiked all the way up Amicalola Falls. So they should be tired.
You'd think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Pancho Fett says, if our Holy 2A Church of Awesome takes over. Yes, I'd love us to do a Holy 2A Church of Awesome. That's correct, Gabriel. If everything is illegal, who goes to jail is purely political. That is exactly right. If you look at California, the red flag laws have been used out there as basically a process by which a gun grab is going on. There's a couple of prosecutors in California right now that are flat using every conversation about criminality or potential threat or anything of that nature to immediately issue a red flag ordinance and to confiscate guns from those people.
And then they're not allowed to get their guns back, even though they're not insane or any other problem.
Yep. Travis, the threat of mass confiscation is always met with the threat of uprising, but who has more guts in mass numbers? Well, and Travis, that's again, I don't think you can ever confiscate guns from Americans. And well, okay, I take that back. I watched everybody in New Orleans roll over and give their stuff up. Okay. They brought cops down from New York and Chicago and just rolled that place. They beat up old ladies. They took guns from people who were trying to evacuate their houses and everything. Just cleaned out New Orleans, walked through kick doors and took people's stuff and never gave it back. And nobody even said boo except for the NRA at that time. So they know they can pull it off, and they used the Nazi Germany technique, which was to put law enforcement and military from different areas into areas where they did not know anybody, and therefore they treat the local population like criminals. I mean, when I say they were beating up old ladies, they were literally beating up old ladies and taking their guns. And so that we know how that works. We've watched it work in Nazi Germany, and the United States has already done it before. And so I think, again, a mass gun confiscation does not work in this country. You never get the guns out of most places. But like I said, it then becomes probable cause for every reason they want to come into your home. And so that's what you have to think about. It's not even necessarily the right to bear arms and keep and bear arms that becomes so super critical. You know, some people have that right and don't ever use it. It's rather that it does not become weaponized against us. And the more tyrannical your government becomes, or the more extremist and more allowable that type of behavior is, the more frequently it will become the target. As we've seen, red flag laws started out as something that some people, conservatives even, considered to be a good idea, and it has already been weaponized against people for political reasons.
So what do we do?
So really, that starts short term with voting, everybody voting at every level. And I'm not just talking about November, I'm talking about your local elections. Boy, if people haven't figured out from COVID how important it is to know who your governor is, they need to figure that out real quick. If you're a conservative or a moderate or a 2A supporter or a 1A supporter in the United States right now, every single conversation you have needs to be about, how can I get you to come vote? Because you're important. You're a valuable person. You are critical to what we're doing. And this is a horribly unpopular opinion, but some of us live in places where we may never ever see a conservative again. We may never ever see someone who is even right of left. You know what I mean? Again.
Mm-hmm.
And so it may be that you consider moving to greener shores. But
Well, a friend of mine in Hawaii, he said he learned the importance of not giving them you got to vote regardless. He lives in Hawaii. He knows he's going to lose Hawaii, but you got to vote even if you know your state's going to lose, to bring up that popular vote.
Yep. And I think what we do is we start grassroots. We start having conversations with our neighbor and our next door neighbor and the guy up the street. I walk up to people in grocery stores, man. Hey, dude, how BS are these masks? Oh, yeah, I freaking hate these masks. Hey, are you registered to vote yet? Here, take this card. There's the website to get registered to vote. Promise yourself that you'll vote because you're important. Hey, yeah, thanks, man. You know what I mean? I'm the worst door-to-door salesman in the world, but I've never met a stranger. And really, to start grassroots, if you can get your entire neighborhood to commit to go out and vote, that's exactly what you're talking about, Will. That's increasing the popular vote for the entire nation.
I mean, Georgia now, I guess, is purple. I went to high school with Brian Kemp, and you've seen his 2A commercials with the high school kid and the gun.
Yep.
But anyway, I went to school with Brian. He's 2 years older than me, and I went to play YMCA football with him since ever since first grade on up.
Yep.
And I don't think he had that Southern accent when we were.
No.
Not that. No. That's a political Southern accent. That's not his real accent.
Yeah, my people mistake my accent for Tennessee, but if you listen real hard, it's actually Texas. I spent so much time stationed out in Texas that I picked up a Texas accent.
Yeah, I think he was going. He went for the agricultural commissioner a couple times before he ran for governor, and so I think he was so much down South Georgia, he picked up an accent.
Right. Hey, Honcho out there, outstanding, sir. That is outstanding. Thank you, Honcho, for getting out there and encouraging people to vote. And Kingpin's exactly right. Get out there and vote in person, man. Go up there and put your stuff out. I can remember walking into a voting station here locally and seeing the most pitiful little stack of Republican ballots. And I walked right back out of that building and I called everybody I knew and I said, you would not believe how small the Republican stack is in this place. And I said, I'm basically a constitutionalist, right? And so I want to see balance, right? I want to see people voting for what's right. And a bunch of people said to me, "Hey, man, yeah, we'll get out and vote then, right?" And I said, "No, you get out and vote today. Your boss has to give you the time off from work." And so I went out and grabbed the van and started picking people up and dragging them to the voters' booth. I think if we just take time to motivate people, they'll see the impact. Foss, do you remember what the voter count was during the last election? It was what, 34% or something like that?
Yeah, for the last one?
Yeah, 2016. Let's see.
Sorry, I was thinking Obama.
Well,
Let's
the
see.
Republicans
I've
had
Normally-
67 million, and Democrats had 67 million. So there are only 200,000 separating the two.
34% of the country voted in the
That's-
last election.
Other than
Yeah, so that's-
Obama's, that's about normal.
Yeah. So
135 million.
if we could bump that, think about that for a minute. If we could just, every one of us across the country, just get our neighborhood, get 10, 15, 20 people a week, man, that would have a huge impact. Because I don't know about you, but gosh, I'd really love not to be looking at Biden as they remove him from office.
Yeah.
I don't want
2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. When are they going to get rid of him? Right?
I don't want to hear the acceptance speech. I didn't take my medicine this morning. So there's 100 puppies in the freezer. And that's why if you tie a car to the bumper and run at 600 miles an hour, your train will derail itself. Where's this going right now? Roguru's not coming? Why is Roguru not coming? Roguru, this is how you become more popular. TPC says only 50% of the population is legal to vote. TPC, I have one of the most unpopular opinions on that in the entire world. Neither Republicans or Democrats will talk to me about my solution. Neither one of them will talk to me. I have a solution that would solve this forever. Well, no. It's not. It's nothing like that. Actually, it's pretty. So here is my concept of how you fix that problem. If you close the borders completely, north and south, by the way, okay, north and south borders completely, you make everybody who's in the country right now legal, not a citizen, but legal. About 3/4 of the money we're spending to deal with our illegal alien problem goes back into the economy, and you can take part of that money and improve the efficiency of the process at the border. Also, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's what was supposed to happen under Reagan when he did the amnesty.
Yeah.
And didn't that happen with Reagan?
It didn't, right? We didn't close the borders. And so then you take people who came across with mules that were also hauling. By the way, I created this concept, right, off of Reagan's plan. So those people who came over with those mules know who's bringing children back and forth across that border. Because one of the most disgusting things is our southern borders used to bring children in here and selling them to pedophiles. And that's awful. And so you have those same person go over there and help with border security, okay? And they say, "Hey, I know that guy. Those aren't his kids. He's a mule." You know what I mean? And so you have the ability then to kind of to police that in a more effective way. But again, you're going to have, New York House Cast says, "No, I'm not with that. Do it right or take a hike," right? And so we end up in this forever limbo where we never move it, right? And we're never going to move it. There's too much money for the people that are encouraging the border to be completely open for them to ever change their minds on the subject. And then some people are completely unagreeable with the concept where we would ever, give an amnesty again. So Honcho is here.
Hey guys.
I was okay with that idea when Reagan did it, and when Bush talked about doing it, because they were supposed to secure the border, which never happened.
Yeah, they never followed through with it. Well, and a lot of these people, I think some of the people here remember when Reagan did it.
All too well.
Yep. Well, in New York, I agree. We shouldn't be forced to pay for anybody. And that's why taking away what we're doing, because let's be honest for a minute, there's no way they're going to stop these states like California and so forth. They're going to stop providing for these illegal aliens. And especially now that they figured out a way to make it quote unquote legal for them to vote for them. Basically, they're using your tax dollars to pay people to vote them into office. I've got a buddy who's leaving California right now for that very reason. He said, I'm tired of paying to have my rights taken away from me. And I don't blame him. He's literally funding the politicians who are taking his rights from him.
I kind of feel the same way about, everybody talks, all the lefties talk about Citizens United. And I'm like, well, hey, if you're going to take Citizens United, I want to talk about the public sector unions. Because here you got government employees that are making money from us. They're hiring a union to get more money from us by paying the Democrats. And it's a vicious cycle. And I'm the one paying for it, So it's much worse than Citizens United, just corporations that be able to act as an individual and pay to advertise in elections. It's much worse because even the people that are not Democrats are being forced to pay for Democrats in there working for the government.
It is a mess. It is a flying train wreck. New York Outcast said we shouldn't be forced to pay for others that don't even abide by the system. Well, I don't think I should have to pay tax for anything that I don't want to pay tax for. I pay enough tax every year to pay a comfortable salary for somebody else.
I think we all pay more than our fair share of taxes.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, you guys pay taxes? I mean, yeah, I pay taxes.
Butt stroke to the head. Okay, let's see. This might be Callie's last chance, 2020 or bust. Same with Baltimore, some other places. Yeah, Kingpin, I kind of feel that way. Like I said, my buddy's leaving because he said, and I quote, I think they're going to destroy this place whether Trump wins in November or Trump loses in November. He said, I'm getting out. We do win. Important thing is we start shrinking the government. Yes. That is correct, Kingpin. And yeah, we need the Republicans to actually put up a candidate that somebody would vote for.
Yeah, Pence is not it.
No, Pence is not it. Here's an ugly perspective, and that a lot of people don't agree with. So, somebody said something to me the other day that I thought was very apropos, because this person would not be what I consider to be a conservative, but more of a he was kind of a right-wing extremist, not from a militaristic standpoint, but more of a staunch religious standpoint. And what he said was, I can't believe the Republicans can't find somebody who can agree to legalize marijuana and be okay with gay marriage, because 3/4 of the country would vote for that Republican. And
Probably
I said,
true.
That's brilliant.
It is true.
That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. I bet you couldn't find a Californian or a Coloradoan who wouldn't vote for that person right now.
I think our 2020 candidate should be like Nikki Haley.
I like Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, I could see Conda. Now, if you could have Nikki and Conda on the same ticket, either
Yeah.
one being president or vice president, you
Yep.
know, I wouldn't argue.
Only downside to that is that she said she would never run, ever.
Well, you've got people like Condi who'll never run. You've got people like
No, I mean, personally speaking, I worked for her when
Oh,
I
did
was in DC, and brilliant lady, very driven, very focused, very smart.
oh yeah,
But she understands the game well enough to know that once you're at that level, then everything rides on. And regardless, the president itself is not the end all be all. It's just a public face.
yeah.
But that stays with you the rest of your life, forever.
Yep.
So if you
Yeah.
do good, you're the greatest. If you do bad, then you're a piece of crap. So she decided a long time ago, her dream job, she said, would be to the president of the NFL.
Yeah,
She's a Cleveland
wish-
Browns fan, and she loves football.
she's on the NCAA board.
Yep.
I wanted to see Bobby Jindal move up.
Bobby wouldn't have been bad. Yeah.
I think
What
But he
about
just kinda
Candace Owens?
disappeared.
Candace
No.
would be.
No,
Candace is really. I mean, that's one of those ones. You're either gonna love her or you're gonna hate her.
she's a bit of a
There-
grifter.
There is no in between there.
Who was that guy from North Carolina? What was his name?
John Edwards.
No,
Yeah,
not John Edwards. Hang
Are
on.
you talking about the black guy?
No, hang on. I think he left.
Tim Scott looks really good.
But-
I like Tim Scott out of South Carolina, the senator.
I could see, like, if Joe Jorgens became more mainstream, where like when I say mainstream, I'm talking where people actually kind of recognize who she is. You know, I could see her as a good 2024 candidate.
Hey, we all know the solution. We have Prince Harry in the U.S. now. We could have our first monarch in the U.S. and settle all this.
I'm horribly disappointed in the results of Plan 1776 to take over the monarchy. Horribly disappointed. Dang, what was that? He may not be from North Carolina. Why do I think he's from North Carolina? Skinny Republican, white guy, blonde hair. He's a great lawyer. Absolutely stuck it to people.
Oh, Trey.
Trey,
From South Carolina.
Gowdy.
Trey
South
Gowdy.
Carolina. Yeah, Gowdy. Boy, Gowdy would be amazing. Yeah.
What about Ted Cruz? I mean, yeah, that's who I voted for till Trump took over.
You know, Ted's been pretty good.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just don't know that he can get
I don't
enough,
think.
enough people behind him. That's where he's had his problems the last couple times. He just can't get enough people, you know, to be out there, you know, gung ho about him.
The problem is that we will probably never see presidential candidates again that cannot punch, and Cruz will not punch.
Cruz
And
will
so-
punch. He has learned.
You think so?
He absolutely did. You
yeah.
watch him now when he's on Fox. He first of all, you know how people have a photographic memory? He has
Oh,
an
yeah.
autographic memory. He could remember every word you said for the last 15 minutes verbatim. I mean, he's pretty much a genius all the way out there, like
Yeah.
freakish way.
If he'll punch, maybe he can do it, but he never does anything. And there's Kingpin right behind, right? He's just never done anything.
You know, when he did after his last fighting with Trump, he has become a lot more outspoken than what he's ever been, and you know, I think he, you know, I think he has a good chance of going further, but unless he really puts out some really good ideas and be really to like fight for them, I don't see that he can pull the people.
Yeah, and New York Outcast just made an excellent point, and one that I lived in my early life a lot, and that is wants and needs. The confusion of that. You do not need a $600 phone, but your kids do need good warm clothing, and there's so much truth behind that. It's not even funny. Um, you see that all the time.
True.
I mean, there are so many people buying SIGs and CZs out there right now when you can just get a Glock, and that is a good, solid working weapon that doesn't fire when dropped.
Or
Like the
Organic.
SIG, Arcanic, yeah, any of those.
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of been torn on what my next is going to be, so I've kind of been sitting on a holding pattern. On what do I want to go out and grab? Right now a lot of people are riding that Canic train.
I like the Canic, dude. I shot the crap out of that Canic I reviewed, and I gave it to one of my students to do her CCW test on, and she bought it for me on the spot. She's like, "This thing is nice." I tell you what, my next one is the P80, the remake of the Glock 80.
Yeah, but I don't know that I've really been leaning towards the I definitely want to grab a CHP, but if I go with like a brand new gun and not a used gun, I think it's gonna have to be a Cosaint 10.
I've just bought two 45s. I've been kind of going that 45 train lately, and so my newest one, well, the one last week was Para Ordnance P12, which is kind of a nice size. It's smaller than a Glock 19.
Yeah.
It's a great sized little pistol and shoots pretty nice. And then after that, I got the Heiser PKO. It's pretty interesting. The barrel is underneath the guide spring, and so it's a real flat shooter, and it's the thinnest gun. For a 45, it's only 8/10 of an inch wide.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, wheeled and well armed. Have you seen any of the Cosaint firearms?
No.
So it's kind of like an STI. They're a custom 1911, and they're pretty nice.
Like price rise, like the Bull Armory, or
I'll just pull it up real quick.
Hang on. While you do that, I just want to give a shout out to PSA, because I know that they're going to listen to this and send me a PS9 dagger before everybody else gets one.
You're so funny.
So I can do my review on it.
I'll let you take a peek at mine if you want. But I'm not gonna just put that out there for everybody.
Right.
So they have. This is kind of what you're.
So these are all 2011s?
These are 1911s.
Okay.
And this is what I'm looking at.
Yes. Another high-end 1911 that won't run.
But if you got that from Bull Armory, you'd be at $1,200 instead of $1,800, and it would be a 2011, which would hold 19 rounds.
Yes, but this comes with the 10 millimeter barrel, plus it comes with a 40 cal barrel, so you get two guns for this price. So yeah, and you can really customize how you can go through and customize how you want to do it. So yeah, that's what I've really been
It's
looking
how many
at.
rounds? That's 9 rounds.
They're not telling you the round count.
But if it's a single stack, it can't be more. I mean, at 45, it's 8 rounds at max, and if it's 9mm, it's 9 rounds, pretty much.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be your 8-rounder. So yeah.
At that price, I think I'd go for the DWX. Same price. Get the 45 upper and the grip module of a CZ.
But that's what I've kind of been looking at.
The Salzamar K2 45s, man, those are great shooters. I've got 2 of them now. I've got the compact and the full size, and I just love shooting them. It shoots better than the CZ97. The slide is 3 ounces lighter, and it's 0.15 inch lower than the CZ. So, low boraxes does matter, and they've kind of beat CZ at their own game. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I want that alien pistol so bad. I want to shoot something with a borax that's that low.
Take a look at the PKO. That's the Heiser PKO. It does have the barrel below the spring assembly, so it's as low as you can get on the borax, and it's right there with your top finger.
Oh yes, and that's perfectly hideous. I bet that shoots beautifully though.
Well,
I'll let you know it. You'll be here this week.
Yeah.
The alien gun is the way the mass moves is different. You don't have this whole slide moving.
Yeah. That's what I want to see. I want to get that thing and mag dump it.
The Heiser PKO is actually a blowback, and the barrel is stationary. It's on the bottom, and the slide actually moves back, and that only has the spring assembly on top, and moving and pulling and ejecting the bullet from the back. So there's not a lot.
I'm looking at a picture of somebody shooting it, and either this guy is 102 pounds and anemic, or there's actually quite a lot of recoil on that. I mean, it's on their website too. It's like we're proud of this guy shooting this weapon and treating it like a 357 Magnum in a 38 special frame.
And that's the PKO, because they actually sell single action. You could get like a 223 single action. I don't know what.
This is a 45.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just not doing a very good job of representing the type of recoil that weapon should have.
What are those guys out of Kentucky, like gun blocker stoppers or something?
Yeah.
They've got a lot of videos on it, but
I'll have to check that out.
I met them at the NRA show, and it was before it was when it was first released, or I think it was the Atlanta show. I guess that was 2018 or 2017, and met the CEO. He was the president of the aircraft. I mean, they make some high tech stuff for Boeing and all the different jets and manufacturing, but it's made of this proprietary stainless steel that's ultra light, Anyway, it's impressive. I mean, I've never seen a gun like it. Been looking for a couple years, and finally snagged one that was a decent price.
This guy's handling the recoil just fine. I don't know why they'd have such a crappy recoil management shooter on their website.
Anyone here had a chance to shoot the Hudson H9?
Not yet.
That's an interesting pistol. That was released at 2017
Yeah.
SHOT Show, but we had those in store at PSA, and we had a customer buy one, and we all got a chance to shoot it. It was actually not too bad.
Wow, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, we always have that one or two customers that whenever something new and exciting, they're like, I got to have it, and they get it. And then they bring it back and go, who wants to shoot it? And of course, we're not going to say, no, I don't want to shoot it.
I have two guns in my collection that when they showed up, I got a phone call from the gun store. Can we shoot this? It's like, yeah,
Right.
go shoot it. I have to put 500 rounds through it anyway.
Yep.
Give me your round count. You're done. There's been a couple like that. And when the SAS first came out, gosh almighty, everybody was like, this thing's cool. And that was a popular one too. I have every gun that was better than the gun that the U.S. Army bought to replace the Beretta.
So, a few comments back. Rob D says that I ain't buying crap. I'm grounded.
Uh-oh.
You know.
Ruh-roh.
Wah, 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 wah.
As everyone heard earlier, the wife did kind of agree to the CHP.
I did hear it.
So it is on YouTube, and she can't go back from that.
Oh, she can do anything she wants. She's your wife. Whatever you're tolerant of becomes the rule, sir.
I thought you had my back there, Nighthawk.
I ain't got shit. I've been married for longer than most of you. I know better. I know how that rule works.
I've got 19 years.
Yeah.
I got 20 years this month.
You guys are almost there. You're doing good. Almost there.
We got I had my accident in on September 23rd, 99. That's when I fell down the elevator shaft, and then we got married. It just happened to be exactly the 1 year anniversary.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So 3 kids in the house and
Yeah.
good jobs. We're all blessed and lucky.
Well, we fortunately do not have 3 kids, because I would have definitely lost my mind. My head is off to you, sir.
M. Gabriel says he's got 25 years.
Yeah, Gabriel, you got me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Quarter of a century.
I've got about 4 months to go for that. Everyone needs a CHP in the gun, says Gun Snob. That's true.
I've got one.
Yeah, I've been talking about it long enough. It might just be time to pull the trigger and buy it.
What is the most have that you have to have in your collection, or you have to have?
Wait a minute. One more time. I'm sorry, Will.
What gun does everybody should have or have to have? Is there that one gun?
A revolver.
Yeah. Any revolver is, that's a good one. I think that everybody's collection should include a shotgun.
Yep.
See, I have both of those in one gun.
Oh no, sir.
The judge.
The abortion that is the Taurus Judge does not count. Let me tell you what. I sold my Taurus Judge at a 50% loss just to get it out of my house within 6 months of buying it. I
Now,
took
what-
that. Go ahead.
What
sorry.
about the governor? What about the governor? Is that what?
I would go for the 454. I mean, I would buy that, but I was like, this is awful. It was the pencil barrel one, you know what I mean? And it was hideous. It didn't do anything well. It shot fine, but you couldn't carry the thing anywhere. I still don't know why I bought it. It was the one that was available at the time.
And that one had the 6-inch barrel or no?
6-inch barrel, yes.
Yeah.
It was completely unusable for anything at all.
Well, rattlesnakes.
Mystic Guns says a video that showcased why you shouldn't have a shotgun. Mystic Guns, I have a shotgun that I could hand you that you could operate with no problems. I'm actually doing a video on it tomorrow.
She
I
has
have
a
put it-
video.
I know, I've seen her video, but she could run this thing no problem. I've put this shotgun in the hands of people who've never used a shotgun before, and they ran it fine. Honcho, of course, has a brilliant idea, and that is everybody should have a Mark 19 grenade launcher. Here, Honcho.
Yep, absolutely.
I would
fine.
go with the
Get everything.
M79.
The what? M79? That's a good one.
M79 is a truck
Yeah.
gun.
M79.
It's got good range
It
and
does.
knockdown power.
Stick your head out the window. Screw you and everybody within 15 meters. Yeah.
Why not just go with an M249?
Not as a truck gun? No, you'd shake your cab apart. The saw, in my opinion, is not as good a machine gun as everybody wants it to be.
I was on the national M60 team for 3 years. And,
Were you?
Yep. We won Fort Ord, and then we won the West Coast, and then we went all Army and took second, third, first place in 3 different years. Yeah, I got 3 ARCOMs out of it.
Most of my ARCOMs came because I ended up being attached to something cool. Everybody's always like, boy, you've got a lot of ARCOMs. I'm like, yeah. Usually the medic attached to whatever's going on ends up with an ARCOM.
You need to. That's right.
It's like some sergeant major walks over and says, hey, Doc, you got a coin? Yeah, I've got the general's coin. Oh, well, let's get you an ARCOM. Oh, boy.
My medic is now a medical doctor. He's an MD, and I'm friends with his wife. And me and him, his wife, double tag people on Facebook all the time.
Nice. Yeah, I basically was done with medicine after I left the service. My body fell apart. You know about that, though, my friend.
Yep.
I have the world's ugliest gun here right now.
High Point?
No. High Points are pretty compared to this gun.
Altor?
No. Altors are an example of luxury and fine engineering next to this weapon.
Some type of Keltec?
Hey, wait. I have the KSG.
Keltecs run fine. I don't have any big problems with Keltecs.
I've got the Sub 2000. I do like it, but it's a pain to shoot. I mean, my neck hurts, my arm hurts, my finger hurts.
It doesn't do anything better than an AR-15 PCC.
Except fold up.
Well, even then, I can fit my Diamondback in the same backpack that I could put a Keltec in, and I can deploy the Diamondback twice as fast as I can deploy the Keltec. And so it's like, okay, why?
I've got that shopping cart full of everything I need to buy it, to have everything, uploaded, the $350 package at Keltec, and I just don't even think I want to put any more money in it,
Yeah, I think Keltec could have. I don't know. How do you fix that?
Ooh. Patriot in the Dark says he got a new toy.
What did you get? Patriot? pictures or it never happened.
Yeah.
Nobody guessed the gun, so I'm not going to tell, by the way. Okay, let's see.
Jimenez Arms.
No, Jimenez Arms is a high-quality weapons manufacturer compared to this. This is a viewer request, if that gives you any idea.
So,
Is
I'm
it
waiting.
a Saturday night special?
It is not, but there was a Son of Sam Saturday night special for sale at an auction yesterday, and I put a bid on it. I hope I win it.
$2? Was that
No.
your bid?
It was a little more than that.
I'll tell you a funny story. A lot of folks that would come into the gun store a long time ago there would bring us these really, really old revolvers, just like ridiculously old, and usually in like 32 caliber, and most of them are top break.
Yep.
And they were like, we don't know what to do with these guns. The police won't take them. This was in South Carolina. They were like, no one wants them. So they would bring them into the gun store, and we would go, okay, well, if you want to donate it to the gun store, we'll do the paperwork. And I have about 3 of them.
What was the name of that company that made the 32s? They'd never.
So many. They called them suicide guns because lots of times you shoot it and it would explode and backwards and kill you.
Yeah,
shoot it.
It was one company that used to make them all the time. That little top break 32.
Colt started, and then after Colt, there were several smaller companies that tried to copy Colt, and that's what most of these are. One I've got is like a Secret Service special, is what's stamped on the side of it.
Oh Lord!
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. I kept them, but I'm not going to test fire them.
Yeah, please don't. We like you.
But at 32, you might be okay.
You might survive.
If I wear my Kevlar, I'll be all right.
You catch it in your teeth. You'll have time.
Yeah.
So he says, I bought a brand new Ruger Mark III 2245 with the bull barrel, and even has an accessory or additional rail.
Patriot, I was making fun of you a little bit, but yeah, that's freaking hot, dude.
He said
But then he says,
$250.
yeah, he bought it for $250 at his LGS.
Nice.
Wow.
There's a bunch of Mossberg 30-06s really low marked down at one of my local gun shops up here. I almost bought one. I've got an old safari rifle, an old Savage Safari Hunter rifle that I've used forever. It's just, you shoot 3 rounds through it a year, so it's not wearing out. But I thought, boys, do I want to get some new hotness? I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet.
I've got a Beowulf upper, and it'll make your shoulder pretty sore shooting 10 rounds of it.
Oh, I bet. That'll do the trick.
It will. Like, boy, my shoulder's feeling so good, I think I'll go shoot the Beowulf.
375 H&H. Let's see. I'm still about 303 British is what I hunt deer with. 30-06 is about as big as I go for anything that you can hunt around here.
So one of these is a Hopkins and Allen. That's the brand.
Hopkins and Allen. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Wow, you went and looked for that. First of all, kudos, sir.
Oh yeah, it's not that far away. I had the Hopkins and Allen, and I've got one that's marked Smith and Wesson for 38, and it's nickel plated. It's a top break. Again, somebody didn't want.
Probably because they were. Yeah, you said it though, didn't you? Scared?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was one of those things where lots of times, because people retire there, so the husband passes away, unfortunately, and then the spouse finds the firearm tucked away somewhere, unloads it or doesn't unload it, just puts it in a case, brings it to the gun store, and after going to the police department and everyone else, and just basically saying, I don't know what to do with this, and they're like, I don't feel comfortable with it in my house. I'm like, well, how about you come in here and we teach you how to shoot it, and we'll walk you through safety, everything. We did that. And lots of times they just no, I don't really want to do that. I live with my family and I don't need it. So I'm like, okay, cool. we never took advantage of anybody. It was always last resort. And then they would just say, listen, why don't you just keep it and take it? And we would always give them usually like a month's free range or something, you know, to
Yeah.
compensate them for it. But it was odd that people just were that, you know, I don't know what to do. What do I do with this gun?
That's how I get my incredible collection of World War II stuff. I
Really?
tell people all the time is granddad passes on, grandson inherits it, doesn't know what to do it, and takes it to the pawn shop, and every local pawn shop here knows to call me when certain rifles show up.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
That is guaranteed for them, so they immediately ring my phone. Hey, we've got this infield. We've got this, you know, Springfield A3, and you know, and then I desporterize them.
Right.
Yeah. So I have fired one of these in 44 Russian, one of these Smith & Wesson top breaks, and that one wasn't bad. But some of these 32s look scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've ever, the three years I worked there, I don't think anyone ever brought in a top break pistol of any kind.
The local pawn shop I go to that has a lot of nice guns, they always have a lot of these little mousy Colts that are, you know, they sell for a pretty good price. So there must be some kind of collector thing going on with them.
Well, eventually they have to make the money back from them sitting there occupying space. Mark that thing up. Some idiot will buy it.
These guys are high turnover, so I don't think they buy it unless they'll sell it. You know, I mean, they tell me they have 5 to 10% markup max, and I mean I bought a 226 Legion from them for 800, so they can't have a big markup.
No, the guys that I use are pretty big on. They get a lot of new stuff. They buy, you know, from the local population, but they also order guns, and so they've always got a pretty good selection of new stuff. And I tell them, I said, you know, look, I may come buy something from you to test, but it's got to have a box. You know what I mean? And it's got to have all the stuff in it. And so they're real good about when something comes in that's basically unshot, kind of giving me a ring around it.
I'm the opposite. I don't want a box. I want my wife not to see one more box in the closet.
Well, I keep a rotational budget of about $1,500 for this, so it keeps me from getting in trouble.
Well, mine never leave. That's why I don't get the box.
Right.
I'm like, well, it's my second SAR K245. I'm never going to sell it. Just keep the box.
I'm good. It's going to go in a pistol holder in the safe anyway.
Anyway, might as well just keep the box at the store.
I need another Webley. I don't have a 38 caliber. Now I'm gone down the top break revolver. I need a Webley. Let's see.
What is the Russian top break that's pretty popular?
Let's see. I didn't read. Let's see. It is called the Cimarron and then the Schofield. The Cimarron Arms and the Schofield top break revolvers are both Russian. I know the Schofield. That's the one I fired in 44 Russian.
Oh, after Travis's show this morning, that cap and ball in like 44 or even 36 has been really good. Like, do I want to go black powder, cap and ball?
I did black powder hunting early on. There are a lot of people that find that romantic. I have never found it as exciting as people. You know what I mean? I guess I feel like since the technology advanced, well, why would I go backwards? But
well, if you're a serious deer hunter and you could get an extra month on everybody else, but that delay that you get and the extra smell of the gunpowder, it's a different whole feeling.
I guess if I wasn't able to consistently bag deer with a modern rifle, I might consider that to be a need. And I don't, want to poo-poo on anybody that does it, right? Because I think any shooting sport is, a contribution and important, but I just never really got my jollies off of it.
I had a duck foot. It had 3 barrels and 1 cap, and it would shoot 3. You're supposed to put, like glass and nails in the barrels, but I always put balls in, and it was pretty fun shooting. But it would go out about I guess 25-degree angle, one in the middle. It was for mutiny on the ship.
Right. Visit the Oklahoma election website to request an absentee ballot for the 2020 state election.
I get that for PA a lot.
Yeah. I do not live in Oklahoma. I was only stationed there once.
Well, get a ballot.
Yeah, everybody else is going to be cheating.
I can send you some if you need. I mean, what?
They had a over/under 9mm Bond Arms Derringer. I like little Derringers. Yeah, Patriot in the Dark. I love those.
New York's still out there saying that I'm not allowed to buy anything. Not allowed, and what happens is like 14 different things.
She's close enough that I heard you get in trouble.
What are those little pistols that they make the belt buckles out of?
Derringers. Like the little 22, 25 autos.
Yeah, the little 22 Magnum.
Yep. Little Derringer that has a
They
single.
hold like 5 shots. I think it's like American something.
Yep.
They have
Little Joe belt buckles, or North American Arms does them.
Yeah, North American Arms. We sold a lot of those. We had one guy collected every time one of those came out, a new one. He bought every single model of the North American Arms Derringer, the 22 Win Mag, the 22 long rifle, whatever it was. He would buy it, so he would have every single one. The Maverick, the Sheriff. They had all the different.
Did he get the one that had the dual Derringers?
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Anytime when we carried North American Arms, or anytime we got anything new, he was one of those guys that I would call and say, "Hey, we just got a new shipment in. What are you looking for?" And he'd go, "Oh, I don't have this, or I don't have that." And he would come right in and check it out, and boop, done.
Did he have a belt buckle?
He had 3 belt buckles. No, he didn't wear the belt buckle pistol. He just loved collecting those. He carried the one of the smaller ones that shot 22 Win Mag. He would put snake shot in it, and when he would go on his walks with his granddaughter, he would use that to shoot like cottonmouths or whatever. It was a snake gun.
Do you live in the Low Country?
I did. When I was working for Palmetto State Armory, I was in South Carolina. So
okay.
That was primarily the threat, other than gators. But you don't want to shoot a gator with snake shot. You just make it mad.
Andrew says, y'all need to check out my pocket pistol video.
My brain went somewhere wrong.
So, Mr. Nighthawk Medic, did you see the response to your video? Your challenge?
Which challenge? I haven't issued a challenge in a while. Oh, did you get yours up?
No, not the rifle.
Okay, so what? Hang on. What challenge?
The one for Mr. Ozark Yeoman.
I looked at Ozark's. I didn't issue a challenge to Ozark.
Oh,
hang on, let me go look at it.
He said that you did.
It's the one gun. I didn't challenge him to only one gun.
Well, you got credit. You
Damn,
got
that's
credit.
not my challenge. I didn't.
You got credit for it, so now you got to watch it and
I've-
comment.
I've watched his. I didn't even see that it was in parentheses. I gave him the standard canned response that I give everybody, which is, "Hey, great job, nice video." It's a good video. I did not read that part of the title that says "Challenged by Night Out Medic."
He
I have
even
to-
said it. He said it out loud in the.
Who started this so that I can respond correctly?
Affordable Armory was the first one, I believe, who started it, and then it's kind of just gone crazy. Did you do an open, like open-ended? If you haven't been tagged, go ahead and do it yourself.
Basically, yeah, but I didn't like.
Well, there you go. He's responding to yours.
Okay.
Was his the one? I think he said that he wasn't sure if you were the one that.
Yeah, he did the what you call it, the I can't even think. The PX4, I think, is what he did. The PX4, yeah, PX4.
Storm.
Oh, that's funny, dude. I watched that video and didn't even look at that. You guys make videos so fast that I'm listening to them sometimes when I'm driving down the road.
Yeah, like I didn't realize that Wield had tagged me in the one gun video, so I gave credit to Foss because that was the first one that I heard call me out, because lately it's like hit and miss on who YouTube sends me a notification on.
Oh yeah.
G23, I tagged you like a week before, and I was like texting you or shooting up flares and nothing. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been getting many, but I should go back in and edit it.
No, it's okay.
I even took a lot of time to go and take DM Foss's image and post it in there.
You did a idolatrous image of DM Foss?
I did.
Oh.
I pulled a DM Foss and altered. Of course, he's not even paying any attention. He's probably over asleep.
No, he's actually doing nice things for other people, so I'm about to try to pay it back. To limit the amount of shit talk you do about the guy who's over there pasting your link for everybody to access.
Right? Oops.
Oh, it's okay.
D.M.Foss nude videos. Oh,
See,
wait. Gun channel.
I figured Mr. Glockhater would respond to that. He fossed Foss.
He totally fossed Foss.
Pretty much any excuse I can put in a shout out for somebody, I try and do it.
I watch my subscriber count drop every time I'm on your stream, G23. What did he just say? Unsubscribe.
This is the kind of riffraff he hangs out with. Yeah, I've been watching yours and Foss's sub counts back and forth. You guys have been kind of who's in the lead today.
I'm about to unleash my secret weapon.
Well, I think just the natural course of events, you should pull ahead of me pretty easily.
Yeah, my goal is to get as many people informed about the importance of voting, preserving their First and Second Amendment rights as possible. That is my ultimate goal.
Mine too.
Yeah. And so that means, and so the reality of it is, right, that means getting as many people subscribed as possible, right? That's so that they hear that message. I shoot guns so that people will listen to me for a second while I say, go vote. I would be shooting guns anyway.
Mine is more of a, hey, look at this thing that I bought.
Right.
And I'm just a regular jack off, and I can do this safely. You can do this safely.
I can do this without shooting my finger off.
I have
Mr.
a lot of the safety police people that comment on my videos. You know, like you show the gun clear, and they're like, "Yeah, I didn't quite see it was clear." And I'm like,
Really?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm checking it before I come online. I mean, it's kind of the formality of showing it's clear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you got a gray mat, it's hard to show that it's clear. It's not like I have a white light shining up from through the magazine and barrel.
If you watch my videos, I take painstaking steps to make sure I do not do two things. The first one is flag the camera. And then the second one is make sure that they notice it's clear. You know, the slides to the rear. I've got the empty magazine in my hand, all that kind of stuff.
That's why you do the on-screen pop, right? Like a desk pop. You just
Yeah.
pop.
That's what I do.
I flag my left hand all the time. I mean, it just happens. But so I try to show that it's empty pretty early in the video. So, you know, if after flagging my left hand, it's going to be okay. But when I'm a quadriplegic and trying to do the trigger pulls, you gotta flag your barrel. I mean, you know, it's just it happens.
Yeah, I just got a comment about that. I was doing a tabletop review, basically, and somebody complained that I flagged my hand.
I think
Gary.
I think Rob D has gotten a couple safety Nazi comments, especially on his what was it, the shotgun one when he wasn't wearing eyes.
Well,
Yeah.
he outed himself on that with his
He
hat.
did. Yeah.
The shadow over his face with that hat.
Well, he
couldn't
outed
tell who
himself
was.
before he even released it. He wasn't even sure he was going to release it last time.
Yep.
Because I'm honest.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, the better version
Don't
of
care.
right. The better version of my second to last video did not get released because I flagged a camera with nobody behind it in the video while trying to get it in that brace. And I was like, damn it. It was in the if I only had one gun. I watched that thing 3 times to figure out if there was some way I could pull it off, and I couldn't. So I did the rushed version.
I'm not, you know, I'm not in this for anything other than just, you know, trying to save somebody a buck or maybe encourage somebody to get out and do something. So.
Yes, and I'm a money-grubbing Scrooge. You're right.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just saying I don't have to be critical. You like it or you don't. It doesn't matter.
I'm a hate-mongering monster. Thanks, New York.
I did not say that.
Your subscriber count has dropped by 30.
I do modifications pretty much to everything. I'm just a tinkerer, and I've got like a few people, and they're always like, "You didn't allocate exactly how much all your mods cost." And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't," but you know, I need to, I guess, and I don't really keep that good of records of it.
I always tell those people the same thing. By the time you read my comment, the prices will have changed 3 times.
Yeah, because as sure as you went somewhere and got it for a certain price, they go to get it, and it's nowhere close.
That happened when I did the Shield Arms test video. Made me so mad. People were blowing me up. There's no way you paid $80 for this. I sent people receipts. I was like, yes, I paid $80. They didn't start price gouging until after COVID.
Should be getting criminal charges for this.
Totally.
just did a video on some magazine
I just
extensions.
saw it. Oh my god!
Number one black man.
Photoshop my face in there. You see that?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh, he
Trying
didn't,
to hide it.
Yeah, man.
Trying to
Yeah.
hide his past.
he didn't Photoshop your face. He Photoshopped the shirt.
Uh-huh,
He will
uh-huh.
never wear a shirt without a design on it again. I need to screen capture this.
Oh,
Is that you, Rob?
I plead the fifth.
Oh man, that's great. So Gary said he started his last video with a range flag and the damn gun so nobody would question him. Like I said, that's the best idea in the world.
They probably commented. You got something stuck in your gun.
What's
What's wrong with you? Are you trying to blow yourself up?
clear your weapon?
I mean, is it really that important? I get it if you're an instructor or if you're actually flagging a person or something like that. But, you know, I don't understand why people would freak out about flagging a camera and stuff. I mean,
If you want
You
to
know,
do
it's
it
just-
better, put your own content out there. Otherwise, be quiet, enjoy the video, and
okay.
I don't get it.
I would be more hurt if I shot my Samsung
No, I know.
S12 than anything, you
I
know.
know. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna watch a couple seconds of this. I don't have the sound on for
This
you
guy
guys.
smoking on camera.
He's gonna blow himself up.
Uh-oh.
It's like he fell asleep in the sun.
I can't. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Is that cig of weed?
There's a camel.
Who is that?
Up, flag in the hand.
That's G23.
He's flagging the kid off camera.
Yep,
It
totally.
is.
He's flagging his forearm. Oh God!
He's flagging the dog.
Oh, he's got it pointed at himself. Quick,
I just-
report!
Oh,
Oh no!
Did- I took a loaded mag and dumped it in there.
Oh yeah, somebody would crawl up the wall, crap on my head, and lose their mind if I did that.
Wow.
No, Giz. I on purposely did not put the audio on there.
Oh, did you see Andrew Faulkner's comment?
No.
The first raccoon I've seen that can hold a gun.
That's really the first one? You didn't see any of the Guardian of the Galaxy movies?
Yeah,
Oh,
it looks like his sunglasses, you know, that area there with glasses is definitely
Yeah.
tan line going on.
oh yeah. Yep.
So my press exploded the other day, and I'm still pulling gunpowder residue off of things. I mean, it's everywhere. Jesus.
Light a match.
Yeah, that'll fix it.
So yeah, there was a lot of flagging in that video.
Yes, there was.
But was the video about flagging?
No,
Could you just rename it? My flagging video, don't do this.
Don't flag your buddies. Flag it all.
Go flag yourself.
if I could only have one gun and flag myself.
if I could only have one gun to flag everybody, it would be this.
Yep.
If I only flagged my friend.
Oh. Yep.
I mean, with that line of thinking, that person would be scared, you know, to death to walk into a gun store.
Oh my gosh.
And see guns in a case that are staring right at you. Yeah,
You're right.
Oh, let me tell you a story here. So
That's
when we're at the gun
ridiculous.
store and people want to bring guns in to show us, they walk through the door with the gun in their hand, whether it's a
Hand.
rifle or pistol, and they're pointing it forward.
Yep.
Everybody in our gun store is drawn. I kid you not. We all
Yep.
open carry. So we're drawn at the low ready, finger off the trigger, and that
Yep.
person stops and we go, please point the the rifle, pistol, whatever, at the ceiling, take your finger off the trigger, go back outside, and we'll bring you a case. Because
Yeah.
I don't want anyone getting shot in the store. But they don't if they don't come to gun stores, they don't know that it's not right. We don't yell at them. We just say, listen, it's just unsafe.
We had a guy walk into, it was me and the owner of the store were the only two people in there because he sent his other guy to pick up lunch. And we're standing there and a guy walks in, he opens the door and he has a cannon in his hand. It's a Model 29 44 Magnum. And he's got this thing Dirty Harry style, up at the ceiling, and he walks through the door with it kind of points it kind of forward. And I had my hand on my holster and was starting to draw when he realized what was happening and quickly, oh, I'm sorry. And I was like, holy crap, dude. Because he looked.
They don't think about it.
No, and they always have that look on their face like, I'm not going to get out of here alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mm.
I saw that
happened.
Model 29 coming.
Yeah, Friday a guy came in with a AR-15 with one like his dove hunting with it right under his elbow, hand on finger on the trigger.
Wow. So that, or people would bring in guns, say, "Hey, I've got an AR, and I'd like for you to, look it over, see if everything looks, correct or whatever." And we're sure set it on the counter. It's in a case. We unzip the case. They're not touching it, and then of course we take it out and we, point safe direction, not near anybody. We clear it, and they look at us kind of like, "What are you doing?" And I've done so many times where I've cleared it like AR, and a freaking round pops out.
Uh-huh.
A live round pops out, hits the ground, and I look at them. I close it. I put it back in the case, and I'm like, "You can come back another day. Do not bring a loaded gun in here to put on our case."
I've pulled loaded guns out of sales cases before.
Oh,
in
we
pawn
check
shops.
we check our pawn shops,
Yeah.
but in our gun store we check all of our firearms, new,
Yeah.
whatever. We didn't deal with used, but anything that went in the case was cleared. And even before, like if I take a gun, say, "Hey, I want to see this SIG Legion, whatever," take it out. I clear it safely, verify it, and let them look at it. When I get it back, I clear it. It goes back in the case. And if they don't clear it, I get mad at them.
Yeah.
Why didn't you clear it? I could have put a round in there. Oh, but you didn't. How do you know? Check it.
I pulled a revolver out of a case one time. It was a little snub-nosed 38 special, and it was I have the complete line of 38 5 screws, etc., etc. And so I pulled this revolver out, and you know how you can feel you're like, this thing's heavy.
Yeah.
And so I pop open the wheel, and sure enough, there's a cartridge in the number 2 slot. And I was like, oh, shit, this gun's loaded. Dropped out the cartridge, handed it to the guy, and he was like, oh.
Travis T says, people get shot with unloaded weapons.
All the time.
Yeah,
All the
unfortunately.
time.
I was like, yes, they do.
I loaned my friend my Vepr one time to use, and it came home, and I was standing in my living room with it, and I went to my first instinct, which is to clear the weapon. And sure enough, out pops a fully loaded double-aught buckshot. I was like, yep, that had been me shooting myself in the hand or the face because I did something stupid.
Oh, it sounds like a good friend. It's like when you borrow a car, you bring it back full of gas,
Yeah, great friend. He's actually been my friend for like 38 years. So. If you're listening, Larry, I am not crapping on you.
I figured it was Bob from the ATF.
No, Frank from the ATF and I have that kind of relationship where he listens to me and says, nope, nothing illegal tonight. Guess we won't kick his door in tomorrow. Darn, gotta wait for red flag laws to pass.
Moo says, "Love you, Larry."
Love you, Larry. That's right.
Well, we've been going for about 4.5 hours. We want to go ahead and call this one a night.
A big jar and a gun store full of miscellaneous rounds removed from unloaded guns. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Travis T, I remember that video. It was a great video.
Yep. So we'll give it to Honcho Fett, give his closing plugs.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. It's always a blast. You can catch my reviews on gearreport.com. Just always fun hanging out and talking.
It was a great evening having you on. So check him out on Wednesday nights on gearreport.com whenever he decides to hang out with Jeff and all those guys. Mr. Wheeled and Well Armed, where can people find you if they're not already subbed to you?
Well, I'm at 298 subs, so I need 2 more. But besides that, I'll have a new video out in the morning, and I'm nowhere else but YouTube.
Okay. So, I was talking with Solo Yacker earlier. Tomorrow, like afternoon, evening, should be his response to my "If You Could Only Have One Gun challenge" video release. So, keep an eye out for that. Mr. New York Outcast, what's going on?
Nothing. It wasn't me. All I know. So, thanks for joining us. Have a great evening, everybody. Stay safe.
Mr. DM Foss.
Well, first off, everybody check out Kingpin's channel. He does a lot for a lot of people and never promotes his own channel. And he is actually closing in on 1,000 subs. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe, and let's see if we can get him there.
Heck yeah.
Well, let's congratulate Wheeled and Well Armed for breaking 300.
Yeah, Will.
Yeah, I was gonna say
All
when
right.
you said that, Wheels, a couple of us. I know I did. I jumped over and found you and subbed, and I saw it went over the 300. So congrats, man.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Q23.
You are so welcome. Great guy. A Honcho. One of his videos I would suggest is his how he became a quadriplegic.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I haven't really spoken much to him, and good rate to meet him. I'm looking forward to diving in and finding out what he's got on his YouTube channel.
I'll tell you one thing. That video, man, it's powerful. I tell
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to hear the backstory, you're like, wow, you know. So, Mr. Nighthawk Medic, what's going on with your channel?
So we'll have a new video coming out tomorrow evening. Of course, you can find me on Nighthawk Medic Shoots on YouTube, full30.com, and on Facebook too. So come on and join us. We're going to be doing something pretty huge the next couple of weeks. So if you're not if you're not a subscriber yet, go ahead and become a subscriber, because I've got some pretty awesome plans to give back to those folks that go out there and do so much. And make sure you subscribe to all the people on the panel. And G23, thanks for having me again, buddy.
You're welcome. I can tell you, every once in a while, he does do some pretty good giveaways. Because, what was it, like 77 subscribers, and he gave away $300 in gift cards? To some
That was
poor
it.
sucker.
Some poor sucker.
Oh, wait, crap. I won that. Well,
Rigged.
I didn't even realize he was doing a giveaway. All of a sudden, I just got an email from him. I'm like, what? Now I got to go watch this video.
Yeah, if you know, go big or go home, right?
Exactly.
I was talking to my buddy at Radical Firearms, saying I wanted to see if I could get a discount upper from him, and he said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I want it for my 1,000th subscriber." He goes, "Okay." I said, "So we'll talk about it in a couple of months," and he sent it to me last week. So
Nice.
yeah. So there's a Radical Firearms. It's a 6.8, which is a pretty incredible round. It's LWRC makes them. A bunch of the guys make them. It's kind of great for in close combat. It's kind of 6.8 millimeter, and then it goes 3,000 foot-pounds per second, feet per second. So it's good for out to 600 meters. Subscribe. Look at that video for the 6.8 and send in your email, and you'll be on the list.
So I'm putting out a link for Ruguru's channel. For everybody that doesn't know him, he's kind of just getting started out, has put out some videos. He has a few subscribers. So check out his channel and subscribe to him. See if we can bump him up.
I've watched every video that he's put out so far.
He's down in Louisiana.
Yep.
What kind of content?
He's a 2A. He does some, gun stuff. He's got a couple AK videos out there.
Okay.
So, got some pretty good stuff, Where, I remember the very first published video I did, the camera work sucked. So his camera work is way ahead of where mine was at that point. But so Gizzard Gary says, be sure to stop by for the early bird chat on Sunday morning, 10 Eastern, 9 Central, 7 Pacific. Of course, he didn't add the Pacific, but it's the only time zone that matters is Pacific.
Well, it gets messy when you have to convert to Eastern metric time.
Yep. We got pretty much a 50-50 tie. Or wait, the East Coast may be ahead of us. We got Rob here from the East Coast. Medic
I'm East Coast.
Yeah, so you got 3 out of the 6.
It doesn't matter. I'm from Texas. It trumps all of it, so we're good.
Is Texas even part of the United States anymore?
Legally, probably not, but
No, it's the new Democrat homeworld.
I know. I thought the NFC the NFAC took over that.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they said? Just give us Texas?
Pretty much.
come and get it.
Oh, dude, they have come and got it.
You just haven't realized yet.
Texas is going purple.
Yeah, once they move all those Tesla employees over there.
Yep.
But it was great for everyone showing up in the crowd, and we shall see you next Saturday evening. Get your
right,
plug lines in.
The mouth is out.